Consider the A final trip is our bring back games today that to
really things off. It's going to be a really exciting week. Have kind of shift. I think we're going to see that we've not really seen yet coming into the playoff thing today. I'm personally really looking to that trip.
Absolutely, of course, will be released and able to be played in competitive play. So we're expecting to in our match today. But we recap some of the picks we've seen in the tournament so far by taking a look at the pick rates from our previous monthly finals.
Yeah, no surprises there. Gene doing very, very well in terms of the win rates, right up there with 51%. Gene's been a very, very dominant brawler in the pro scene for a long time, and I can expect to see more Gene bans coming along today, and definitely more success rate as far as he's concerned.
Absolutely, and max in terms of pick rate. We've also got to be conscious of the ban system we use. Each team can ban a brawler from the start of a series. Don't see what each other has banned. Sometimes that means only one brawler gets removed because they pick the same thing. I don't know if that's necessary today, but because we sort of say Jackie, people just took Jackie off the field, weren't really sure how to use them. One of them didn't want to run the risk of someone else bringing up before them.
Yeah, absolutely. With new brawlers, it does come into play the idea of just kind of like eradicating it early on with lack of sort of practice and such. But here we have the schedule: Jupiter versus OP Noob up first today. Really excited for those games. OP Noob making a new appearance today for the first time. So very keen to see how they kind of like collect themselves and who have been performing very well in previous matches.
Yeah, and for today, we're going to have stage, and then we'll get group stage. Just the round into the talking about seed, 2 matches each to be take it overall set score. Here's the rosters for the matchup. We got Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milgreya, and Tensai for Jupiter coming out of the Pac and Japan region, and we have Laiv, Kuni, and Ben Kim coming from Korea.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what Jupiter actually do today. We've seen many things from them in the past. Long-range comps, short range comps, and just up between the two. What they do today would be to keep they have been doing and demonstrating previous weeks.
So, previous competition that they had. So, there's Milk, Ponkotsu, and Tensai.
Yeah, I'm expecting the with real bands of different regions.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to start back. We maybe get through matches will be taken away. I know from what we've done this week, you're very
absolutely now in match very, very well. I think it's absolutely so for me. Bands for BB. It's very here. We got from doing very well, but the bans are in straight up being banned very early on, and Gene, who obviously was high success rate.
Yeah, my favorite rules and the mainstay of bans for the PV monthly that we've had. And of course, that's there as well. He's getting a lot of play time and brings a lot of impact when he does his way on to. So it surprised me that he's banned in this instance. So we've already touched on new Brawl made up like the region map for today. We're starting off on Heist, and the map for this week is Tornado Ring.
Yeah, Tornado Ring. I think for me, probably like to see like some maybe like some M's here. I think M's is a really, really strong brawler that I would be looking to pick, and yeah, various things like I think are going to be a good way sort of very Nile.
couldn't agree more. Just about to jump into the matchup. I also we might see. We saw a comp like last week in some other work we were doing, Arc, where we might see a repeat of the Slambulance that when we're there, where we have some defenses up in the front line, a healer like them, had some impact. 100%. 100% of comp I would always run. I see some.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say these teams can do to kind of give themselves an edge and advantage in that mix up game. We've seen that like group here last month, changing comps, just like of being too consistent, too predictable. I think goes a long way, and even with like a winning, showing that you're afraid to kind of complete under the expectation of opponents, to using that to help teams if they can just be as simple as possible.
Yeah, and unpredictability can lead to some deceptive things, say, or interesting things. Personally, I'd be on the lookout for stuff we haven't seen before, like, this. As much as I hate it, you said you were talking about the Mortis in our. Will we see him? Is there a viable reason to have him on this match?
100% success rate, but it is. I think that there's going to be a goal to go for stick on. Get off then. Max M. OP. The right option. Right in terms of aggression here.
Each other. Like we see right hand side. The aggression, and then go with the speed boost, Milk Crow, and the back line of sight. Loads of damage here.
Wow, what a great start! The tails came thick and fast, and the pressure is on. OP, they're going to be able to defend this. Should have never brought out as much damage. It was over quickly.
Have no chance of respect. What a dominant force for in this game.
I think you it straight off the bat. Jupiter down the early and just think maybe underestimate early on.
Basically, the one push is done, but as soon as the first pick behind the remaining that are actually on the board, they just push up to the same. It looked like Oak had no gaining. You're sitting at a deficit.
It was a thing once they were spawning in the road. Maybe didn't with that situation as well. Was unable to use the super to push back in that respect. You can't to pop that shit. Kind of stop spawning. We are going to see actually in response by El Primo pick. That's going to do too much different. Honestly,
I mean, if you super online, ability to keep the state because of reload. I don't like, right? I don't. It's an issue of which beef they brought to the fire. That make you sure when you take control of the nice push there. We'll get the turnaround and reinforce to a safe rush. One hit alive with the to try and deflect some of this damage. The OP are assaulting the and they're about to messages. Krayo gets that shot in, make sure that they stay even. They're sticking around and making this go on much longer. Here's the offensive. Go all members up onto the set, and they just a couple of shots. Will take goes in close and again. The second game on this map go 1-0 in the series.
I'm just looking at this performance already early on and thinking, wow, Jupiter fired. I don't know whether you noticed, but Milk Bear in that defensive position there, basically handedly holding the defense of this and then right additional sort of thing. And here we see as well around this team. You can see there that OP Noob just weren't able to really get a foot in the door when it came to dealing damage, and obviously it's all about dealing that damage.
Yeah, they weren't able to. Maxed out scoreline for Jupiter because they blew up the safe both times. It didn't even come down to a question what was going to an issue of percentage. They just rejected it. It was really fast. I think one of the things that helped Milcreo on that defense incentive power, having that residual damage on the path, especially we saw in the left-hand side in our replay package. We saw that as they were traveling down, they were taking the direct impact from the shots from Brock. And they also had to step over the pool of fire that was in the way. So they were constantly ticking down damage just to get to the safe. It made the 2v1 so much easier for Milcreo to manage.
Yeah, well, and also the use of his gadget, Milcreo to get down in that by just get a jump away from it. Worked out perfectly to extend that range to be able to kind of control. Otherwise, it's different.
Let's go on to our next map. Short to one lead for Jupiter and incredibly dominant. So hopefully that's set for the rest of the week, especially if your team OP Noob and you're looking to get the right foot forward when we're into this group. That's the four, not on home, but it's much easier to try playing victory from a scoreline than it is from a 1-1 line on.
Yeah, absolutely. All mind games come into effect. Being able to kind of like come back when you're down can be very tricky. Arguably, as the underdog, there's a lot of pressure maybe there as well, and performing poor in these monthly finals. It is the first time for them today, and maybe like no.
Well, they're gonna have to take him off the start. They're very in these months, and see, I think they can lead a team. So it's a production stars. That second map now when we're moving over Siege in Junk, which is our map.
And we're gonna see time in the monthly final. So, interesting to use Jesse the map right now, and so really interesting to see.
To see in back over. So it looks like first up. It's already now. Should have that take it all okay and get on that Ike.
It's definitely now the mid. Yeah, struggling. Going to be able to come. So the Milk has been some does Pocotsu there as well, and making a hatred.
Yeah, it's a bit of a breath of relief. OP Noob able to throw in siege ball 4, so nothing too powerful. And he's being sent there. Great Jackie to play the aggro. They're going to come to the involved shield. Should be able to juggle the aggro and stop from hitting the connection, because we actually saw Milcreo go on defense, I think, a little bit too early, and I think that's damage. They were successfully.
Yeah, 0 now as well as hoping down, maybe the main serve a little bit the that push kind of control, but yeah, obviously the push they can't gain control. Allow 13 each spot coming in for Jupiter.
Well, this is basically done and dusted. Siege arc as well. After to equalize the health, and Milcreo is just abusing his range. Gets the bounce bubble, maximizing the damage, and Jupiter will take the first game. Siege.
Jupiter showing no signs of slowing down today, and at this rate, it's like this is going to be done and dusted very, very quickly. Hoping now, got to think the they're picking or communication between the teams in the chat is the reason of the thing and how over.
Like how there has been in gradually the mentality of going to be one. Bradley, they're not familiar with this stage, and they're going to be really powerful. No, see what this is their intro last championship. There may be some self-doubt about whether they were ready for it or not.
Well, they're not here to make friends. They're here to, and of course, I can empathize with why they like this.
Oh, absolutely. In early favor of the yet here in to get that level siege bot the kings on.
Yeah, I like of the long range. Brock can do so much effect by setting that mid air to the bot of the siege. So I expect that he'll and get it quickly.
With level 4 siege, they've already dropped to 50%. That should be happening often, considering that all the members of OP New were they've pushed.
Yeah, you think a lot of maybe happening in regards to that to relieve that from Hagego getting out of that Brock gadget. It's a great effect. And Super going out then almost gets the on Ben Kim. Second push coming in for Jupiter level this time.
The OP only been able to capture 2 bots this entire game so far. Make that out. Well, the bots coming here, be weighing down, hasn't made the connection. Try and but all members are here, feeling the eye. Again, in taking the second map of Siege and going to match points.
Wow, that's a really good far Jupiter. Even edgeways, and is this next? I just wonder kind of how they get now it's down. The pressure has never been more. Here we see bolts by Jupiter that is only.
That's a rough line arc. I don't see how these guys were supposed to come close to win, but they couldn't even get consistent siege bots off on the field. So Jupiter continuing their of mercy towards their opponents.
Absolutely no stop slowing down as we go double push and to do their tanky comps, their roses, their double tank hills. I think it might be time to drop some of that range now and to go some close combat.
Last time we saw, I think we see a lot of around the to flanking angles. The only difference being last time we saw this play, the gadgets weren't active, I believe, so we didn't have extra benefit of the reverse and the brush. So that's that gadget is going to be a strong pick here, or the fact that they can heal each other. Does that change it at all?
Tara, Bo, Rosa, I'm calling it now. Those 3 gadgets on this in perfect. Tara can obviously roll the enemy on the opponent. Those pushes that are trying to hide the entire team that are within that field of both gadget teams to all earn your supers quickly without damage. Build where you're combining that with you're in really great team wise.
Things are as we go into map number 3.
See, this is a method to see in the side of things. I'm gonna go with M's. P. Okay.
Yeah, allowing us to farm very static. Seems to look and they're going to know as well. Pause off hand side. Stop death.
Wow. H.
It is again going in.
My goodness, Go unstoppable right now on this left hand side. Surviving, I think it's the piece of going with to fight in the matches and it working out well for both, but I'd say better. But you found out
it's another shutout. Jupe just have absolute dominance. What little wins they have, zero sweet. Jupe going to walk away with number one. They are 1 game away secure first match.
like it's just kind of... Well, I got to ask yourself, what can you, if anything, do to come back in this situation? Really see it happening right now, Trent.
Series is over at this point. I think we're just the victory final. Absolutely outcast Noob when it comes to this particular. Noob picking up though the matchup is obviously it's going to be Jupe going up against PSG in our second game, so they will have time to collect themselves and potentially try to bounce back PSG and pray that they can beat Jupiter but lose to them. They are chances right now at least.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? They pick themselves up a lot. They have done to put more done. Okay, wow, some brawls here from OP Noob. I'm just
the try to would be able to hit the right hand, but he actually put the in the right hand lane, so it's all very confusing me.
The pipe we hadn't been in the meta and more hit rate, success rates, and but having that kind of work, but having it not able to quite get on, but the first sign of a great in this game now, who have got a really stronghold. Put right their spawn here.
One thing, I think Pipe play get down control when they're trying to do it here. I think they've lost services right now. The gem for the bear to good turnaround for OP. I think so many to a especially and all of their gems to be with. Now it's Jupiter race.
And look at she was going to take down that set things lead. Maybe give Jupiter more to hold on while her teammate can come back in. It's going to be enough though. That's the question of here. It's close, that's for sure.
Well, here, final assault. They got 4 seconds. They just have to find. Get one on two, but no crown on that. I find a friend in the gems out. There's still time to fly out. He can Noob out for
Him not gonna happen. Oh, I hate my word. Shots on fire. It's gonna be, I'm not sure whether it's a land. Well, I'm pretty sure it's Noob putting the border today.
a little bit of this how pro they were able to deal with coming out from adequately. Those safety are going to end up losing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, it didn't necessarily come with much finesse, especially during that countdown. But and it's them on. It did work, and maybe with Noble, who knows? see a Mortis pick next, for crying out loud. I mean, anything can happen.
You pray for this time, and everyone might lose a little bit more faith in you.
100% success rate for lots of concern.
Yeah, the size
It's been played once.
Yeah, it's been played once, yeah. what a back claims. Well, they've actually started to drop. Is that
the don't imagine changing the
I like it. Mind the total. He's gonna have super. The gap around Gago. Oh, Jack's gonna to try to space, but actually, capital by OP Noob. I get this time to alive though.
Yeah, try to be a bit of a disrupt the things. I think is the idea of that pick. And, we'll have to see how that goes for an interesting brawler. Again, we've seen Leo play once so far. I mean, it's in balance two going in. Get quite a amount of that. Still,
So,
opinion of doing a good job of center area, and that's the thing.
so here's the thing: if Kotsu was going straight down mid, that would have been early, so he more damage in the Kotsu and actually got. He certainly wouldn't have got away with the gems. He was going to die. He got the kill.
Yeah, kind of like a kamikaze, kind of like in, and not really too much about he stays alive or not. Simply going into the seam, working definitely not as on the area and gems was, and HJ is supposed to get
Close, incredible to play the defensive account because you know will mean that they can balance out. There's going to be a kill left hand side. You'll create and play to get the countdown started. Opposite time, not going to forward. Have to mid and deter this.
Yeah, count on, and this will be just a chance to get this bag, at least the. And down.
They have all the gems. They have play. Ben Kim not going to get that kill. It's going to mean Jupe away with our first match of the day.
Wow, it's looking incredibly strong, and they're going to take the first cover. So against. Wow, now looking shaky going to their games.
We touched on game breaks. We can talk about work. We definitely pass of the series. You know, you can see their total wasn't in it. 9. They're able to keep up for the most far in that first round. But I do feel as though with a little bit more time, OP Noob could produce a stronger showing. Potentially, if this was a best of 7, they might have been able to show up a little bit more. Like I said, they just need a little bit more time, I feel, and maybe they might be able to play with the big boys a little bit more.
Yeah, they've got to put them. They need to just off and just out of. Yeah, there's still more to play, and thing if they're up now, they can kind of like get to this if they have fight, and now the question of whether they have.
Overall maps that you to 80 deaths are being so. Tensai didn't get a shout this match, but we've seen him pop up once or twice in the tournament. So I believe in most of the gameplay, this roster is solid with their Dave. Falcon take us through to the next game.
Yep, sad times for OU coming into the and losing to a team like Jupiter that quick, but they're going to back later. An exciting news to share with you for today's show. After each game, we'll be telling you our for the VIP player of the match that we just watched. So I've heard from Woody and Trid, and the VIP from that previous match is Hagego. Due to some incredible game, we've seen him Ems, Mac, and Brock. And I mean, just based on that counterplay from the other team, eliminating the player, getting all gems, that alone. But there, around the block, a little escape really in allowed to come the bolt collector on. There was a lot going on per game. You guys for taking it in. Now take a look at how it has been by the game watched with one game versus OP Noob, and there's the result. OP Noob have a lot of the big money and the points in this group, but they do still have a chance PSG. But before we move on to that game, we up against PSG, two of the teams that we've seen a lot of in the Stars finals until this point, and about represented by Milko, Hagego, Ponkotsu, and Tensai. And what a team are we? A dominating performance today. One little the team to peace the group. How you battle. That's his favorite brawler. Didn't say Spark, but a Spark. Skins to the PS represented by Kuda Ace, Rely, Laiv, Jordan. Strategy for the is to get tablet. That's lots of frame in his practice for this month. I think you've heard just about the next.
Already, absolute monster match. We have got the two ranked teams in Trid here to be streamed. Can't hear Trid. I think he might be muted for now. A second with us.
Bound to happen some, I imagine, circumstances. But let's ignore that and keep the show moving on as fast as we can. Jupiter banning out, but PSG are out there.
Yeah, Brawl ban. Unfortunately, the new color of the game not going to be in the coming match. Hey, that's that all that has for many minutes can reduce this upcoming match. Jupiter versus PSG. This is also really interesting because this is a rematch from the April final. Jupiter take this on a 3-0. In fact, they were relatively dominant even with series. They just dropped a game each in Siege rather and Bounty. So expect to see Gym Grab to particularly be their strength, but Siege and Bounty were the only two games that Jupiter ever lost, even just one.
This goes the distance. What our maps could prove pencil, but they both towards the end of the season. But they made it out close. Eventually, there's now a 2-0 line in the two maps. They can close it out. Worry the result of Siege and Bounty.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, I got to hand it to PSG. They are the longest time winners in this as easy qualified in both March and April, and if you know they've been playing longer, even that. So they're neck and neck first for PSG Sports and second place for Jupiter. So this top ranked team in wait to get it.
Absolutely, Woody. Like they've been on hot. They've had a fantastic warm up. The team OP knew to get them high to get them hiding. So when PSG come around, they may not have that same level of play from the injuries.
Very well, but hey, we've seen one round action into number 2 here. Were there surprises, Trid? I know we're casting the first match. Anything catch you off?
I on at the central being towards the end. Everything seemed pretty handed in books, and in which I'm very happy. We're going to see a little bit of the BBB play.
And right there, Jupiter middle first in Brawl, and wow, big lead for Jupiter as they completely get a team kill up on PS. Defense is going to be able to hold.
Yes, they're able to deflect it away. Super the Rosa. They were unable to get it. So yes, they waiting now for the Rosa to come back in. Forward to 10th. Oh! You super back trying to around. Got control of the body.
Down that enemy had a there to go in, but instead chose to suppress Rayo. That's going to cost PSG as they forced back to their own. From an excellent pull by Mulcahy was going to give them a little bit of an opening, but having lost control of the ball, we're going to set midfield now.
Slow down tempo, static and get full strength available. Great pull by Mayo. The 3v kick things up to buy more time. Hagego not in range of its pass down into the corner. Take out Hagego coming in. Don Milk pulled up. Now it's just on the side. BB attack away. For his, but the pressure's not off.
Snack button. Side gets the goal. Jupiter PS take one.
And Hagego to come on set with Jupiter. Great pull right through the edge. But no, I want to pull a for Woody. He locked, able to turn it around. Cannot get on Coup the Ace. And like kill with 4.
Yeah. Seconds hold on here to Jupiter. They are going to have a hard time of it. It's been tossed back in the corner. Can't stay in there to make it happen, but he is completely impressed by the red team. They've shoved it back into the corner, and it's going to be it. PSG gets the win.
A turn by PSG. All the aggression to with they play and the back man was thrown at them and play it patiently, wait for the then go all out assault.
You thought that Jupiter was a kryptonite to Superman. You're the right book again because we have just got our win on board for PSG. Have been coming back with a victory now. Their performance. They want to hold on to that the global, and in order to do that, they're going to have to take the best teams in the world. What happens at this match number? It be a smash in the face. One of these teams, either way, Trid. So far, it's looking like PSG is the better prepared one.
For the time being, very early days, we still have potentially two games on this map before we go any further. So there's rotation for these teams. Comps were really much. There's nothing really changing there for the throws the span on the wall. Maybe that's high, as you're calling it, out the window.
Well, let's see what match number 2. Ooh, we're going to have Frank coming in on the bottom here for Jupiter. Big beat through those goals as well. So kind of back, Diego get in, do most front action here. However, great but can't finish. So that's going to be the first to make
inside super available. Out on the jacket for Supple pick and down and hopes of an super one great opens up the side run out board line 10 side just on the edge and cancel super on the right will look it in for the first game.
If Jupiter is hoping that this comp step we're going to give them any advantage, they have got to be real in that last We have harder, heavy, super again. A goal.
They will first game in this series. Look a little bit about how Jupiter lacking in other games later on in the series was absolutely smashed by PSG. That last matchup, basically the momentum has completely changed for Jupiter. They would have thought how they're playing from a position of weakness in comparison to PSG. That's very jarring to realign that headspace for yourself.
It is. Hey, we'll go back to April and remind everyone that Jupiter picked up the wins on a sweep 3-0 in Siege, Bounty, and Gym Grab. All three of those game modes are still up on the board and available for Jupiter to take it away. So, hey, I'm not going to call it a fluke. We definitely know that PSG is one of the best teams in the world, and they certainly deserve that last one. But can momentum against a team that has time and time again.
Well, that's what we've got to hope. Our next stop on our Brawl Stars War is the Hard Rock. This series, and looking at the map type, Woody, I'm thinking a little bit of range coming out here.
Yeah, that range is up opportunities for Brawl to make an code here. You have a lot of space to move out, and just a little bit of those obstacles to hide behind and out from.
Yeah, so we're jumping into that next map as soon as we can. Team we want to talk about be playing and their strategies together. Give them a little bit. We don't want to just force them into it. We want to keep the ball rolling as well, so that should be coming as we can get it.
Yeah. Well, and go ahead and enter our predictions in here, Trid. What do you think for this map? Are you leaning toward Jupiter or PSG?
Hard to say. I would full speed ahead with Jupiter after that first game performance of the day. Come back. The competitions now, being Jupiter's side, I'm not too sure actually get into the game. I'm trying to rely on jet control in favor.
About assist frame. I'm not going to get the in the game. Expect him to get with that shot from hard weight and intensely test that back line where once
they're trying to clear some space just from his presence. Lost a lot. That's going to pick be Eddie Hogan off. Jupiter had has now been shut down. Rely going aggressive, pulls there, but Carl turn around, stays alive. Last moment will go to Diego wants to try coup the ace. Great in there, Myra. Believe that pressure. Gem cap keeping it nice.
Yeah, she consider whether or not they should stab. Should they grab all this now? Turns out that it wasn't necessary. They were already no need to push further. They're going to reclaim control middle. This site having a bit of difficulty over there on the left of Pegado, but finally taking once again. That's going to give PSG control middle of the arena. 9 gems now. Scoot Ace grabs that. One more.
Lose your number there, but he's going to go on and Scythe comes back in. He has super available. Wants to find as many people as possible. He draws. Great turnaround there by Carl to keep Kudos in him. Oh, cancellation on the super will seal the deal on PA. Number 1.
So many times I've seen this Frank get off when he's trying to super in. I don't want these players using their gadgets. Frank, amazing gadget that improvement from your opponent to ensure that it's off. So you all maybe didn't use it in that right. 6 way have the other, you're going to win in game number 1 for Jim Grab.
We should, if we see the frag come out from 10 against, it seems to be something he's fallen back on. We should take a look and really pay attention to the gap usage and find what's going on here. I agree with you. You've killed in being used, or is it being used at the wrong time? Because it's not just, when you look at it isn't just the Gene he has to worry about. Jack as well, who's going to be able to get that reposition by using their own super. There's a lot of things that can. I want to see these burn it or it incorrectly.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, and of course, there's only a limited number of users for that gadget in each game, so he's got a lot to juggle. SG some skills, even in those crucial seconds of that game, being able to deny that game-winning from Frank, pull him is what gave him edge. Let's see if they can do it again in game number 2.
Okay, so the adaptations have come inside. Laiv is jumping on the extra. He's not as immobile as he wants.
Long range, stop and play like more than now we're to see which of the powers is chosen here. Damn, blue team from the losing. They're able to get to every gem so far. Take advantage for this.
1% now, so it's team down 10 side barely. He goes with his super trade off 5, but come and 2 on him in the creator. I keep relying on Benny.
Yeah, relying on this Juke back line, not getting them to move. Even grabbing a kill Jim Carrey is going to be a forward reserve for Hagego. Grabbing a couple of and trying to push back up while PSG are very close to win all here.
The delivery system to Kudi Ace will steal them the 12 gems over a PSG remaining and for this in Woody without 10 on those shots. It will be there. Ace
well played to PS. Their domination is continuing strong here in this second set. Best 5-2 on the board already, coming just stealing this series the same way Peter did this month. Dish old and feeling
revenge line. Yeah, we need to think about that as well, because they were disappointed with their performance last night. Was the best way to do it. If you got Jupiter and you won performance first game of the day, check out Jupiter. You should be feeling pretty good about taking out OP Noob next.
Oh yeah, absolutely. OP Noob performing pretty well in that first match, but not really up to the task yet, if you ask me, of going up against one of the best teams in the world, as we've seen here from PSG Esports playing at the top of their game this month. A 2-0 set lead out against another really incredible team, picking up a victory from match number 1. Set number 3 now, and I'll tell you once again, last month, Jupiter got the win in Bounty against PSG Esports. So can they make that happen again, or has PSG found the secret sauce to get that sweep?
You'd think so, or you'd like to hope so, Woody, considering how defeated they were. And I don't mean that in the literal sense. I mean, if you take a look at the social media, a lot of the players were talking about how much that kind of loss in their performance last month really did hit them. So that's going to be a great motivation for them to make the improvements they're looking to see on this particular map type, and also to get them over the finish line, claim that and complete the revenge story.
That's right, Trade. And something else is that PSG, a team that so far has claimed complete in there is in, and they match loss each time. So not necessarily about each team going to get that one after Worlds. It's all the long haul about learning from your mistakes, leveraging your persistence, able to build upon skill that a PSG has had for many months now. Month and
now here it is, deeper danger. We got the tick, we got the Brock for the side of Jupiter. This round, PSG, Aki, so stock in Brawls in this.
It's all in the middle. Roll hard to it's going to be as you strike back from Creo is able to out to. I think this is that time to gain more. Right here is so making very difficult. Lot of damage just coming, shut back attempt that PS so far to move back into the action. Well, tie the 3-3 start.
Okay, who gets the pawn? Poke to the back to change in there. The egg. Big on the back line. Needs a to get the start equal. Oh, no, quick. Keep the lead.
Awesome job coming back. Even if they got it on the chin, they shoved up into the on and hitting Gross too far to get down. Really cool from Diego again. Why he got that award from. He's got a chance to get it in. Only he can to get this in the bounty.
Scythe needs to wait a few seconds. Heal available. They're going for the pin. He needs to get him. Trying to ice. Great use of the. They're going on 10 side. Ricky, but rely. And get out. 5 seconds remaining for them as Kucase acts as a deterrent. They should be able to get away with this one. It's Scythe. Oh, what? But it's not enough. 17-16 PG are one closer to taking this series.
And uncharacteristic scoring the game, 17-16 goals and momentum swapping both sides. All that Jupiter wrap lead, but not able to hold on to it for very.
Able to just corner easy cuts with the stars. PSG aping with a 1-star lead. Far out of this matchup. For the pack competition, count these coordinated shots. Every group is pressing into a close gap. You get up.
I was really impressed by Rely in that last game. It takes a lot of hits as well, and then find the moment to shove it straight into your opponent's face. He cornered both enemy. We're hoping a long range, but didn't damage output necessary to knock those two beasts down. Well done to grab one more.
Was incredible by Rely, a standout player for that particular match. As we do be our final round is to Jupiter winning the same time. PSG are going to try to match him with the ring regime.
Will we see that job that we have looking week now? Pick it for our control the mid well. Additional advantage inside your shot.
And hit nice pull in there. Get zone gap. Really this
Rely back. Be careful. Too many points. Couple of rockets blocking.
Onside. He
Wow.
just tends to play recklessly, I would say, on the tick.
Yeah, you know, it's all up to push the enemies into a main spot. One of the brawlers in the game mode, not necessarily the one who's going to be getting the finishing moves. They're often used that Rayo even after. So yeah, very positioning mistake.
But the head even damage, but in compacting the be familiar, it's the last, but they die. Able to deflect the attack themselves up. Coutier is getting in position, ready for a. Is they going to deal damage? Sitting right on top of him to deal the damage and eliminate whoever gets grabbed in.
It's now or never for Jupiter. They've got to close. Only 10 seconds to it. Oh, no for the shot, but is grabbed by Coutier. 2v2 lead PSG. Oh, way to back at this. Congratulations to Paris Saint-Germain. The sweep in match number.
The one person you didn't want to pull if you were Jupiter. You cannot pull Scythe on a Jackie with a super online, because the second you do, you have to burn a gadget out of range. You do not have the first on Tensai and when you he has to cancel. No, going to get away with it.
Finish PSG word throw stat there on the board. You'll see fight huge whopping damage lead Jupiter. All more than double damage dealt by Jupiter according to our stats here. They couldn't get the kills that they needed to pull ahead.
Kills have to be targeted, Woody. You can't just frag out. There are objectives in this game, and Jupiter have learned that lesson the hard way.
Well, you can just frag out and battle, but enough damage to finish them off. Really beefy brawlers being played by PSG in the first game. You know, with Rosa taking so many, but just not finished off. I think that really goes to show that PSG deserve their first place on the leaderboard. Expect to see them there again going into next month.
Yeah, absolutely. Like accurate damage picture on their final stat card, 450k damage overall in the series, definitely in line with what you expect. But over to Tony, who's saw the last series of the.
I am featured, but before I do that, it is time for MVP. Not yet. Mixed up with my according to us for this last live. Surprised with what Wood was saying. Last full of there relied mostly on during match with a little guy who has been playing since the first day of the beta. He claims to be the support of the team. Well, or just make support. They're very high. What you go goes the defense that perfect time. Look, take on tick now. G that's a really come up and see as a things are interesting. We'll see pretty much there. Me, Jupiter about a sentiments as well, noob, sweet PSG sports. We actually end up with a really close group across the board here. This next match is going to be an interesting one to say the least, but OP Noob really need to show what they've got. PSG, the performance like that, they're taking away this group. Yes. Next match, the OP Noob against PSG Esports. Talk about OP Noob first, represented by Cooney and Bacon. Piper is a regular player in the team. That 2 out of the 3 players have said that Piper is who gets her. The players claim that their hobbies are and Twitter, so you might want to go ahead and them they were in this game, even if gone over SG Esports represented You've seen them do very well in the last. It's Rely, it's Coup d'A, it's everyone on the team to incredibly close. All is being very. So I hope they warm up their fingers Brawl Stars like they would. We don't pulled finger muscles enough. The next is pretty.
Really dangerous aliens. Nothing ever experienced. More on this. Would you say finger muscles are a concern on you?
Well, keeping your fingers in check is actually incredibly important. I was doing an interview with Monkey Pro Dynamite. He uses antiperspirant to get rid of the sweat on his. So that's spans through banning Sprout.
Yeah, Sprout getting kicked here once again. Adios, amigo. Max removed. Kind of an interesting here. See her in this competition, but one of the in past months, she does really pretty decent. So you'd expect to see her getting used if she weren't banned. But anyways, after this competition, I think that we've got a candidate for GE's a team just as hot, which just the property of news and losing to you just sports got the lead.
Yeah, I mean, choose to put can happen. We've seen such things, and first, I'm just keen to see what these use in terms of comments. It's gonna make a big difference. Oh my goodness, we're going with open here.
It's worked out for them pretty well in the first, stop here. They've got Siege Bot as this as those shots from that's going to be full blue team into a bit more
solid. Me, no, but the definitely very open here. But I take back, even on range on that left hand side, goes down so now dominated.
New time is for all of the that we're seeing them. They're going to be with a 6 spot. There's a long way to go to reach this match far around that area. So it does help to get a kind of weak full 2 siege. Really want to see those big heavy hitters coming in game.
Yeah, gotta get a huge shout to this. A great awareness and gadget to pop to make get on Ike fast to stay in range of that to stay alive. Led to a lot of dash being this about to be
unstoppable with those abs and drag straight in. That's him. Add it all up with this other one they've got. No way for you to get this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be no stop that level. It seems like we're gonna try and get a considerable amount of outfield. Red come into the hands.
There's just something about that siege bot that really shakes you to your core. Ways, 9-1. Standard colors is really.
Yeah, it's rage. Put it all up in to get the differences from that from 9 to 10 speed damage and all these. So definitely aim for as well. I think I'd like to see the bot make an appearance. And point, I think it's like third. I haven't really seen that Siege remake. However.
I don't even know. Is it even possible now in the current remake?
Anything possible. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd love to make it happen. You have to get you like a 2. I don't know, like a 6-6 and then you stack all the remaining bolts on one team.
Something like that. I mean, it'd be very better. I mean, it'd be all deep. PSG at the moment making it look easy. For me, Brawler Comp is much suited to this map and game mode. As we know, on a bit of the back foot, they need to start doing something all.
All right, well, they are certainly going to mix up that brawler composition. It's no longer big and heavy guys out front. It's going to be the long-range brawlers now coming in. Piper, especially in the midfield here. Lots of range and opportunities for her to get those shots off. Taking Kuda's almost all the way down. Doesn't get the finishing blow, but it is definitely a bit more of a neck-and-neck race for these two teams.
Yeah, gotta hand it to OP Noob. They did make the changes that were needed. They acknowledged that going in with triple tank wasn't really doing them any favors, especially as PSG were running that comp. It's going to be a first push to PSG, a level 1, but again, it's really just about maintaining that mid control, and I do feel like Piper could be a bit of a tricky one on defense here. Great pull.
Yeah, the long pull from Ben Kim is going to keep that Ike relatively healthy at 92% now. It's basically just a little bit of an opening salvo from both of these teams. No one really claiming a decisive lead yet. Rely getting pinned over there on the right side of map. He's going to get some help from that cannon, but wow! 2 awesome shots are going to finish him off, and that's going to leave an advantage now for OP Noob. Can they get the bolts in, though?
Yeah, that's it. This game mode is all about collecting those bolts, and great Piper snipe's got to be said, but it's shut down very quickly by a Penny turret. Level 4 Siege bot now then coming in for PSG, and this one's looking gonna be tough to defend, I feel.
Look, this might be the last Siege bot for PSG, though. OP Noob has got 6 bolts they're holding on to, a 5-bolt lead, and even if they don't have control of the midfield, they're going to get a chance to reclaim it pretty soon here. They're behind by 5 bolts, but can they get the catch up? Ben Kim missing a pull there, and Scythe is going to be able to retreat now. Not too healthy, but he will be able to contest this left side for just a little bit longer.
It was a great juke, actually, by Scythe, and really well predicted there, but PSG now still just struggling to gain mid-control. Rely, I think, going to go for some damage down the right-hand side, or a distraction at the least, but it's going to be a level 10 at least now for OP Noob, and PSG got some defending to do. Hopefully Cypher's got some M's, pushback gadgets saved up here.
Yeah, they're really going to need it. Only 15 seconds left, but that is a mighty bot coming on in level 11 and moving straight toward the eye, getting those punches off, and that's just about going to be it, Arc. It's going to stay above 41% if PSG want the win. Not going to happen. OP Noob get victory in game number 2.
It was almost actually a really good defense by PSG. There was so much going on there. The slowdown super from the M's. There was the Gene. There was a lot of tanking, a lot of body blocking in that defensive area as well, with the invincibility. And for a long time there, the damage was not going down. I did wonder for a minute whether PSG were going to be able to pull it out the bag, but with some good Piper snipes on that side, the takedown was eventually there.
Yeah, it was an interesting brawler swap to Piper, but I think it really paid off there for OP Noob, gaining that additional range and just some, I don't want to call them lucky shots, but really great predictive shots about where Rely was going to be positioned over there on the right side, denying that oppressive firepower that you can so often see coming in from Penny. Those cannons were just getting shut down just about as soon as they were getting set up, and so hats off to OP Noob. They really have slain Goliath, even if it's just for that one game.
Did you just assume auto-aim, Woody? I feel like you may have just assumed the auto-aim with that Piper.
No, I'm saying it was a great read. He knew exactly where he was going, and the aim just happened to be exactly where they had been previously positioned a few seconds before.
Yeah, for sure. I think interesting now to see how PSG respond to this, because obviously we've seen OP Noob going with that tanky comp, changing to a more ranged comp, and now they're kind of somewhere in the middle, and PSG can keep what they've been doing and just kind of change up their strategy, or they might try something to switch things up here.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting kind of rock, paper, scissors dynamic. So walk with me on this one and tell me if you agree. The sort of mid-range comp is pretty good against the super heavy brawlers that really got to get up close and personal to get the damage in. The long-range comp is pretty good against the mid-range comp, and then the close-range comp is pretty good against the long-range comp. Would you say
as
that
clear
stands?
as mud, Woody? But in a nutshell, pretty much. One thing I've got to say that I'm surprised about, however, here is that Sandy, we are going to see Sandy, fantastic. Yeah, Sandy's a really, really strong brawler here. That's super being able to go into a great effect by placing in the mid area. It forces back your opponents because they just simply don't know. And when you're not sure, it's better to be safe than sorry. So interesting to see PSG going with the Sandy pick. For me, that is a really, really strong change.
Well, we are going to see two relatively long-range brawler compositions here, so I guess my theory won't get a chance to get tested. I guess PSG is a bit more of a mid-range setup, so maybe if long-range can take the win, that would be vindication of my theory. PSG up on the top, unable to keep pace moving into the second siege bot. The first time we've seen a tie, though, on that first round, though, and that could potentially deliver a really devastating blow with this siege bot number 2. I don't know. Do you call it number 2 or number 1 if you didn't get a number 1?
Yeah, second round for sure. I mean, for me, I feel like OP Noob needs to finish it here and now. I mean, if you look at the score, if they are to get this push in the next 7 seconds, then PSG are going to have a mighty push to follow that. It could even be another draw here. It is not going to be a draw, and it is going to be actually a defense then for OP Noob. And now the pressure's on PSG to finish it right here and now.
All right, well, we'll see if they can deliver that coup de grace. Coup de ace is moving in hot and heavy. All three brawlers stacking up right behind that big, heavy blaster, and they get it down to 28-18. Single-digit percentile hit points remaining on OP Noob Ike, and that's potentially close enough for PSG to sneak around and finish it off even without a siege bot.
Yeah, if Coup de Ace has been holding back on his gadgets, and look at that, there's great awareness by Ben Kim there to get Coup de Ace down, knowing full well that Jackie can do damage by rushing in. A very tanky brawler here. Reli's going to try and get some shots here. PSG desperately trying to get this last few hit points down, and actually got to hand it to OP Noob for being very aware to this and holding their own here, Woody.
Very well done. A few more shots in at the enemy Ike, and that's going to be it. PSG get the deliverance, finishing off OP Noob in that game. Couldn't quite get the Ike down with that siege bot attack, but so many long-range hits were able to get them the victory in the end. That was going to be an awfully difficult siege for them to counter, so really smart move there, using that pincer attack from both angles to finish that Ike off.
Yeah, we've seen in previous months Rely using Sandy in Siege. I don't know whether you guys remember watching at home, but there was that amazing moment in the studio in Katowice where that final tick damage from that Sandy star power using Ruined Sands, and we're seeing that again today just to kind of get that additional final tick damage. It's working really well for PSG, and definitely something which they feel comfortable relying on there. And as we see the bolts that were collected there, very much in favor there. Just a very, very close game, but I think both teams already showing awareness to change, and that's very important for me.
All right, well, we're going to hop into a heist game next. It's going to be Hot Potato, the map that you know and love. I feel like this is the basically only map that I see in Heist. It's so popular with pro players and in the competitive scene. What can we expect going into this set number 2?
In terms of brawler comps, Hot Potato can be a strange one. I think, being that Sprout is banned, it's probably a good thing because Sprout can be pretty strong here in terms of shutting down lanes. I personally like Rico mid here, but Rico lane is obviously another strong option here as well. It depends on your strategy. Do you want to go in with just the tanky brawlers and just kind of safe rush and just go in guns blazing, or do you want to shut down lane and kind of be more territorial in that respect? And these are the decisions that these teams are going to have to decide on.
I can't quite remember for sure, but I feel like 8-bit was only ever used in a heist game mode. It might have been actually this particular map, but do you prefer when you're playing to go for those really heavy hits or for the more consistent push into the enemy safe?
8-bit is a strong choice here. He's been a little bit less relevant in the meta kind of since some balancing changes to his star power and that second life star power, you know, just kind of like affecting him really here. But it can be a really good brawler. I personally prefer to go for the boosted booster star power to get that bigger radius and to allow more damage for my teammates. It's just a bit of a risk. 8-bit's a very slow brawler, and what you need in Heist ideally is speed. That's why we see a lot of Max appearing. Obviously, we're not going to see Max, but nevertheless, you know, Max is a very strong choice. On this map, the challenge is whether you can kind of combine with your teammates to use that super to great effect, because you're kind of split up by the lanes.
Right. Well, we're going to hop into it soon. Max and Sprout are banned, of course, so those comps are going to be up to the players, excluding those two brawlers. Let's see what they choose. It's going to be Colt, Brock, and I think I saw Jackie on the bottom there from Ben Tim.
Yep, double Jackie, double Brock, and I like the BB pick. BB's got very strong gadgets, and batting stance is still a very strong, viable star power. Colt, for me, is a bit of a risk by OP Noob, but can be played to great effect if you're landing those shots.
Yeah, BB finally coming back into the meta. Hadn't seen her at all in the first couple of months of competitive play, so glad to see her being used in Brawl Ball as well as Heist now. A bit of an opportunity here to get a few shots off in the safe, but Scythe is going to try to finish off Ben Kim instead. Takes him down and will get a bit more control for the PSG team, trying to push into this OP Noob comp.
Yeah, I kind of feel like here OP Noob might try to break the mid. They didn't. They're trying to break the side walls here, and Stressy, which just, it does seem to be kind of like working kind of. At the moment, both teams looking to really kind of like get their supers and try to get that strong push. Wait for the teammates. And look here, as we see PSG getting so much damage here, going in so aggressively. I think they might do it here if they can continue this push.
Wow, keep at it. Kuda Ace is going to be up, dealing a ton of damage here. Jackie is really hard to stop this close and personal. Finally getting pushed back off there, but down to single digits. That save is not looking too great.
I liked what Kuda Ace was doing there, just trying to stay alive whilst his teammates spawn back and rely with super now. Does get taken down, but the damage is there. And game one then is going to go the way of PSG.
Congratulations to PSG picking up off of their set win. They've now got the first win in this Heist game mode. Taking the close range approach here. We're using both BB and Jackie to get most of their damage in, while Rely is working from the backside of the map. Didn't hardly take very much damage at all on their own save, so really great field control for this game as well.
Yeah, PSG saying on over on Twitch, you guys watching the stream, a bit of delay, but nevertheless, they made it look comfortable. They're still standing their ground despite those connection issues. And for me, I think the BB pick was a great, solid choice. You know, BB, since that balance change, has had some additional speed, making it much harder to track her. And with batting stance, able to push in deeper in the spawn, allowing your teammates to come behind. It's a very strong strategy, especially on Hot Potato.
Yeah, it definitely relies upon a lot of damage coming in from the backside as well, but she kind of works a bit more like Rosa, I'd say, in the current metagame, except that she has got an amazing knockback ability and can really burst out a lot of damage, even though she doesn't have quite as much survivability.
Yeah, Rose is not a bad choice on this map, to be honest, either, if you can play her correctly. We have seen PSG using a lot of Rosa in the past, and you know, for me, I think the real sort of weakness in that last game, though, for me, was the Colt pick. I kind of feel like Colt on this map is a bit of a risk. I think Rico is the better choice of brawler if you're going to take that mid lane, and they are actually going to go with Rico here. Yeah, I would say that, and try to bounce shots and predict with those shots where your opponents are going to be. It's a much safer bet for me.
We're busy trying to figure out how Rose is going to fit in here, while Ben Kim is showing us how the Primo man is going to be charging into action now. Really heavy hitter, but not going to get much support from that Rico. Unfortunately, some really nice shots from Rely are just going to completely shut down this OP Noob team, and that's going to be a lot of damage early on this safe.
Yeah, PSG in a great spot here, actually. I think one of OP Noob's players, they're just kind of considering to go aggressive and not really committing to either way. And I think they need to either pick a choice, come back and defend, or get some damage, because currently Little is being done. A lot of damage just went in there by PSG, and that's a great start for them.
Yeah, a really risky move there from Love, actually. YouTube Love, as you see, they're playing Brock. Got a few pop shots off in the enemy safe, but at what cost? PSG have now won the game, dominant in this heist game mode. Seems like we just couldn't get a comp from OP Noob to even stand up against PSG.
Yeah, they just didn't really seem too certain of themselves, too sure. In Heist, you've got to make quick decisions. You've got to kind of like not hesitate. You've just got to go in and decide whether you're going to go for the damage because, you know, you got to leave your teammates to defend and make sure that you can kind of counter that amount of damage. Or you've just got to go full on defense. And there wasn't really much in the way of that decision-making process. And there you see with the amount of damage being dealt, OP Noob definitely behind as far as that's concerned by quite a considerable way.
What? I see, yeah, OP Noob dealing more damage than the Brawlers, but just
to the safe, yeah.
Yeah, able to get so much more straight onto the safe there. It all comes down to the safe damage. You can deal damage to enemy Brawlers all you want, but if they're just shoving, shots straight onto your safe, pushing deep into your territory, if you never get a chance to counterattack on your own, it's going to be the end of the game pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a balance between kills to kind of slow that that progression down and damage on the safe. And if you're not getting damage on the safe, then when the timer's up, it ain't gonna matter. Snake Prairie though is gonna be the map that we're gonna be going to next for Bounty. We've seen some interesting changes to Snake Prairie since the implementation of gadgets, a much slower pace, and for me, Bo, Tara, you know, brawlers like that play a big role now because you can just kind of sit back, generate your super, and then go on the offense, but it does slow the pace of the game mode.
Yeah, you have to lean really heavily on wide vision. See a lot of bows as a result of that, but Tara, as you mentioned, has also got a gadget that can give her foresight into the entire map, but only with a limited number of charges. So see her quite a few times too. Any brawler that can bust up these bushes, though, can also gain an advantage in that regard. And, of course, Rosa works really well when there's so many plants around to leverage her plant life ability.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? Sprout, I saw recently this week being played on Snake Prairie because when you place down the super wall, you can block off the map, but actually when the wall disintegrates, does leave a line enabling you to see when your opponents do cross over, which is just an interesting thing that I hadn't really seen much. I didn't think we'd ever see a thrower in Snake Prairie, but that could be coming in to the meta. For me, it's going to be a safe bet with Tara and Bo, and the third brawler choice is kind of like up to the teams in that respect.
All right, well, we're going to see Tara and Bo from both sides. It's going to be Brock and El Primo are going to be the clutch picks from either team here. Really much more aggressive play from PSG, starting right off the bat, able to grab that first star and cornering the enemy Brock here now. Looks like Cooney goes down, and that's going to be an opportunity now for them to push this lead even further. 3 stars to 0 for PSG.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like that start by PSG there. And often what we see is teams being very, very cautious at the beginning, just kind of sitting back, getting their super from that bow gadgets. And PSG know that. They're expecting that. And they went straight up, shut down the totem, giving them a really nice lead there as well. 5 stars in the bank for them, and they can just sit back now. The map is exposed in that respect.
Beautiful blast coming in, an El Primo meteoric jump going in straight into the PSG line. Does grab 1 kill, but OP Noob are still struggling to catch back up on that overall star count. With those center bushes now demolished on either side, PSG have effectively cut out any sneaky opportunity for OP Noob to try to run through the bushes either way to get a clever kill off the angle. Yeah,
the only thing that I can really see here is Benkim has super. He might go in and try to get some sort of advantageous position there, but he's going to leave his teams behind him. He needs to go in as a team, and this is better now. Starting to push, gradually hurting, and now Benkim goes in.
Whoa!
Out from Riley, though, it's going to take him down pretty quick. The suck as well, enough to even the score slightly, but it's still PSG very much in control here, Woody.
Even though El Primo's got a ton of hit points, you really need your teammates to back you up if you're going to make a risky jump like that. They got a kill, but couldn't keep up pace with this PSG team hiding out in the bushes. Now, of course, we can see where all these players are, but remember, when you are faced off against an opponent who's hiding in a bush, you have no way of knowing where they're at unless you get up close and personal. In this case, PSG better leveraged that bush coverage and made a pretty decisive victory, 13-6 stars.
Yeah, PSG looking very, very dominant now on match point here. What a fantastic day it's been for them, and now only one win away from taking this group today. And I've got to say, judging from that last game, they looked very competent, very calm, very collected. They've obviously been practicing Snake Prairie quite a lot in their scrims, and they seem to have this down pretty tightly. And we're going to, I imagine, see some changes now from OP Noobs. The Primo pick for me wasn't right.
Well, unfortunately, when it's best of 3, you don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room to make mistakes. A big opportunity now for PSG to close out this entire match with just one more game win. Do you expect to see them coming back with Brock again?
Brock is a good brawler to pick here for me. I mean, the super is very advantageous to break up the map, and if you can get that early on from a couple of hits, then it does enable you to shut down one entire side of the map. Brock for me is a very, very solid pick to have.
All right, well, we'll hop right into it. It looks like we're actually going to see Love playing Piper once again. Piper came in really handy for OP Noob in their siege setup. Worked very well for them and actually got them the first victory in this match, but they haven't been able to build on that yet. You see that totem in the back there coming in from Bo, able to charge up the super of any ally standing in the field, and so it's going to be Shelly getting her super juiced up. Or wait, no, sorry, that was Tara, not Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, 1 star in the bag, then only that 1 star is separating these two teams, but it is an advantage nonetheless to PSG. The left-hand side lane, though, does get taken down, giving a nice 3-star lead. And now PSG can just relax a little bit, earn their supers from that bow totem. And Kuda Ace has his. And Relay again breaking that side to see when they cross over the map. And I'm worried about the position here for this Tara here. Double. Wow. Work out, though, more or less in favor of PSG. Less of a lead now, though, got to be said.
Yeah, the quick draw there from Cooney, dropping that super and finishing off the enemy tower as quickly as he could, is going to give OP Noob 2 stars now, still behind PSG and needing to catch up. Can they get the job done with only 35 seconds left? We haven't seen quite as dominant of a play from PSG this time, but wow, what a play from Rely. Rocket Rain dominating the competition. PSG have just given us a masterclass in bounty gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely amazing team synergy, and Rely was just waiting on that. I imagine that was calculated to perfection in their voice chat conversation, and Rely's been playing fantastically well today, I've got to say, and gonna make a comfortable ending to an exciting match here. PSG will take it.
Gotta hand it to PSG. This entire lineup is just monster. They are really strong and have proven once again why they are at the top of the global leaderboards. Congratulations to them picking up 2 wins in the matches today. Dominant in Europe and at the head of the world in Brawl Stars Championship.
They were so consistent today, and that is the thing that we look for in a team that is going to be able to lead the pack. Consistency is so important, and good brawler decisions in terms of their comps, and just great overall synergy between those players. And there you can see, look at the difference in stars, over double there. PSG very dominant when it came to getting those kills there.
Yeah, it is obviously not even close when you can see the numbers stacked up like this. PSG with so many more stars, and it's really hard to get a big star lead like that because, of course, as you know, every time you get a kill, you increase your bounty by another star. The fact that they were able to both get kills and sneak away at the right moment to avoid giving up shots to their opponents shows that they are both really skilled in offense and defense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got to be a bit of an all-rounder, and it's not just you, it's your entire team. So having that ability to kind of come together and be on the same page is crucial here. And there we see some of the stats. Definitely a much more favored kill to death ratio than I imagine we would see from OP Noobs there. And yeah, you know, what a day for PSG. This is going to give them such a great advantage on the leaderboards to really get ahead and put a lot of pressure on their oppositions in the coming months.
Congratulations to them. We're ready to send it off now to queue up our next match. Falcone, what have you got for us?
Well, Woody, there's a strange timer in the corner of the screen counting down to something. I wonder what that's about. But in the meantime, let's celebrate the match that we just watched, and our most valuable player, which on this occasion is Coup d'Ace. These were some phenomenal matches from PSG, and Coup d'Ace was just one cog in the machine, but we wanted to highlight him as he is, of course, the self-proclaimed carry of the team. He said the strategy was to practice and learn from our mistakes, but from where I'm sitting, PSG made very few mistakes in this game. Just look at Jackie storming his way in, dealing that damage and clearing up the way to get to the safe back during those games of Heist. Then we've got the bounty, we've got the Tara gameplay, and look at the star count above Coup d'Ace's head. Consistent 4, now 3 in the following game. He knew exactly what he was doing. He helped the team take great control of this match, and I want to wish a huge congratulations both to Coup d'Ace and PSG. Let's take a look at the final group standings, as that is our first group of the day finished. Yes, PSG are the champions, quite obviously, of the Asia group, having lost no sets whatsoever today. Jupiter sit in the middle. Obviously, they took down OP Noob and lost to PSG Esports. And OP Noob, unfortunately for them, are sitting at the bottom with the lowest amount of points and prize money today. But I hope they don't feel too disheartened by their performance this time. I'm sure we'll see them again soon. There you go. There is the prize money straight up. PSG are taking away $9,000 between them. Jupiter 6,000, OP Noob 4,000. Which is a huge amount of money for playing Brawl Stars. They qualified online, they played online, obviously due to the current world situation, and I'm sure all of the players, even OP Noob, can't be too disappointed with that one. But now the next thing to look at, of course, is the leaderboard. And this is the big one. This is where it all goes to. The global finals later this year, and PSG Esports now sitting firmly on top, 30 points in the lead, with Jupiter I wouldn't want to say too far behind. There's definitely plenty of time and scope for Jupiter to take over there. And you see the other teams lagging a little bit behind. We have two very clear front runners here in this leaderboard. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. What's this countdown timer going to? Anyway, Korea's leaderboard does have OP Noob sitting on top, clearly by making their way to this monthly finals. They have earned the points they need to get themselves into the lead, and they are going to be feeling pretty good about that alone. If they can come back for another few months, they stand a really good shot of getting themselves to the monthly finals. And again, I'm looking at this countdown timer. We've never seen anything like this in the broadcast before. I don't understand. I guess something big's about to happen. Something exciting. I hope so. I don't think this is counting down to a game, but we're gonna find out any minute now, or any second now even. What's it gonna be? Just okay. What? Brawl Talk. May 9th. Oh my goodness, that is so exciting! Woody, Ark, what do you make of this?
Well,
wow.
We know the day. May the 9th. Mark it in your calendar.
What's it gonna be? I don't know. Someone's gonna say something about Brawl Stars. There's a Brawl Talk coming up, and we know that always means that something exciting is coming to the world of Brawl Stars. There's gonna be a new brawler, a new map, a new game mode. What's coming, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, we don't often ever get the heads up on when Brawl Talk is dropping, hence the amount of questions of when is going to be the Brawl Talk. So this time round, yeah, May the 9th, for me, there's a lot of interesting things. Actually, I think we actually know more about what's coming in this Brawl Talk than we ever have before. We know that there's going to be a Pam remodel for her skin. We already saw the sneak peeks for that. We saw recently there's a bit of a collaboration going on with Brawl Stars and Dunkin' Donuts. So I'm curious to see whether that's going to avail to anything as well. Tickets are gone. Good reminder, guys, spend your tickets. You will earn more in terms of currency by spending them this weekend than you will for any compensation. So do that now.
Make sure to get those tickets in. You want to spend them as quickly as possible. But hold on, we've got a bit more to talk with those players. Let's send it back away real quick.
Who is the best player in the world?
日本の R 指定だと思ってます。
Cryman.
Twisty
Me.
El mejor jugador en el mundo es muy difícil, pero entre los mejores para mí son Chaos, Guille y Symantec actualmente.
Para mi gusto no hay un jugador así destacable, pero para mi gusto diría que los de mi equipo.
What is your favorite food?
果物の梨です。
Sushi.
Ramen.
Tacos.
Mi comida favorita suelen ser las pizzas o los espaguetis.
Diría todo lo que tiene que ver con pasta o si no el sushi.
Which brawler should you first master as a beginner?
ニタです。
I think it's Rosa.
Nita.
Shelly.
Recomiendo dominar Nita ya que es un personaje muy simple, pero se le puede sacar mucho partido.
Recomendaría saber utilizar brawlers como Ricochet que requieren un gran alto nivel.
What is your favorite game mode and map?
制圧と好きなモードは制圧で、マップは工場大乱闘。
My favorite game mode is Siege Factory and my favorite map is Jump Park.
Brawl, Triple Jibble.
Brawl Ball, Pinal Pant.
Mi modo favorito es Brawl y un estadio y sería Super Estadio.
Balón Brawl y diría que triple.
Do you think that you can become the world champion?
はい。
I think not, because I'm not good now, because I didn't play game a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
Sí, creo que podemos ser los campeones del mundo, aunque quizás nos hemos puesto fuerte un poco tarde.
Para mi punto de vista, diría que sí.
What does your communication with your team sound like?
最近一つ山があったけど、それを乗り越えていい感じになってきてます。
Our team members are very noisy.
Energetic.
Intense.
Vale, como los tres somos de España, tenemos una buena comunicación. Aparte llevamos mucho tiempo como equipo.
Bastante buena la verdad y sobre todo que nosotros solemos jugar después de los entrenamientos juntos.
When did you start playing Brawl Stars?
ベータ版が始まった時からずっとやってます。
Almost 1.5 years.
First day, 1 hour after release of Brawl Stars.
Mid 2018. Around summer vacation.
Dos integrantes de mi equipo, incluido yo, llevamos desde la beta y los otros dos jugadores desde el global.
Trevor, Muniz y yo empezamos a jugar el verano de 2018 y Guille se introdució un año después.
Describe Brawl Stars in one short sentence.
ブロースターズは楽しいチームスポーツです。
World best game.
Brawl Stars is a fun and interactive game.
Fun.
Un 3 vs 3 súper dinámico.
Un juego muy fuerte y estratégico.
If you weren't a professional Brawl Stars player, what would you be doing instead?
普通の大学生やって普通に就職してます。
Actually, I'm very good at cooking, so maybe I'm become a chef.
I would be a game designer and making games.
Probably more focus on my economic degree.
No lo podría saber. Seguiríamos estudiando como lo seguimos haciendo, pero no sabríamos qué seríamos.
Yo seguiría jugando a fútbol, como ya dije anteriormente, y mi equipo pues diría que seguirían estudiando.
All right, one group down, one group left to go today. We are halfway through everything that we're throwing at you today. And next up, it is going to be Europe. The first match is just around the corner, and it is going to be Clash EU versus Code Magic Purple. This is a clash of the titans, if you will, as both of these teams have seen a lot of representation over the first few monthly finals. Clash represented by Treble, Guille, Muniz, and I, Chaos. We can have a little chat about Clash first before we move on to Code Magic Purple. And now it's time for Falcone's Facts. Yeah, I've given it a name now. There you go. If Treble wins the prize money, he is going to buy a good setup for YouTube and better Wi-Fi. Then maybe he'll become a real-life Brawl star. Clash EU are very happy with their team. They mostly claim they wouldn't want to change any one member, although Trebor does admit he wouldn't mind having Twisty Twig join the team. On the other side of this game, though, Code Magic Purple, represented by Sun Bentley, Cursed, Jeton, and KC. Jeton says his strategy in the qualifier was to stay chill and not use voice chat if you don't feel comfortable. Are the team that good where they don't need to communicate to win? Amazing! Code Magic Purple are particularly afraid of the other EU teams like Clash. I guess it's unlucky for them that that's how the groups work. They're all in it together, but it's great for us. There's going to be some great matches. Over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I'm joined by Ark once again as we kick off Europe, and we're jumping into our first matchup, which is going to be Code Magic Purple going up against Clash EU. And Clash have absolutely been tearing through Europe in the previous months, Ark.
Yeah, tearing through Europe, Clash, as we know from the month one that we had, very victorious in Poland. Bans are in, Clash banning M's, double M's, in fact.
That means M's are removed, but most importantly, we can now have the opportunity to debut Sprout in the Brawl Stars Championship, and I think there's a high likelihood we will see that come out at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Sprout can be very, very dominating on certain maps with good channels to lock down. So I think that we might very well see Sprout making an appearance today, and I really hope that happens.
Likewise, let's take a look at the map pool, and that might give us a better idea if we're going to see him. Sandy Gems Heist is our first match to kick things off with, and then we're going over to Brawl Ball, and even though he's been nerfed a little bit, Sprout is still oppressive on this map, or still oppressive on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, it had to be done. I really actually personally like that nerf. I think that worked out very well for Sprout, and we actually saw a nerf to his second star power before it was even released with those things in mind. Yeah, I think for this map, especially Sandy Gems, there are some very tight lanes on that left and right hand side, even in the center, to lock down. So Sprout could be a good choice here. I don't know whether I personally would go for a Sprout here myself. I think there's probably better brawlers to kind of like look at in terms of tankiness, in terms of speed and agility, like B, Max, that kind of thing. But having said that, I think that Sprout might well make an appearance here. It would be a viable option for me.
Yeah, I think you can get value out of here, like you said, by locking down one of the channels, especially if you're a man down. You put down the super, you buy more time for your team's respawns to come in. That could be useful when you're on the defense. Also, stopping anyone from coming to support a lone defender. If they're running back down the side of the map, you can get some value out of Sprout there. I'm not 100% sold we'll see him on this map. I think it's later in the series we'll see him, but we're going to find out. We're into the action already. No Sprout to be seen. A lot of BB, some Daryl, Max, and some Brock in the show.
Yeah, like I thought, agility for me is definitely going to be key here, and I think that's a wise decision. Daryl, BB, great brawlers, and you can use that BB bubble especially to sort of ricochet off the wall, getting damage time and time again on those repetitions there. But look at this, bit of a safe rush going on here. Clash actually going down there. Chaos left on his own. Damage going on both sides, actually. Look at the score here, 38% to 60. A big exchange there, Tread.
Absolutely, and Code Magic are now going to sprint it down the map to try and get every ounce they can, but the respawns have come in a little bit too fast, and Clash have deterred them without any tangible damage being done to the safe, as Muniz trying to find a way to jump over the obstacle, but some Bentley will take him out. They're really struggling to find a connection on the safe.
Yeah, it really is. That's the case. I mean, Clash are very, very good on defense. Sunburly trying to get a ball, didn't get it. IKS now on his own, getting more damage for Clash, but pushed back quickly by Curse. Bit of a miss roll there as well on the side, but nevertheless, Clash holding now mid control and in a good position if they can push as a team to get this game on the first time round.
Well, Guille is going to try and force through the back line by using the Dower roll. Chaos taken out by the BB, but he will trade. So it means it's a 2-1 in favor of Code Magic Purple as they go on the offensive. Curse just walk straight into Muniz, won't find any damage onto the safe, but they don't need to. They're in the lead right now. Jeton going to try and go in with the Dower roll. Doesn't find the success he wants. Sam Bentley with the bubble is going to ricochet back and hit the safe, and he gets a couple of swings on, dropping it down low as Curse tries to go in for the cleanup, but he's taken out. Code Magic Purple still hold all the cards in this match.
Both of these teams are playing this perfectly. Bentley staying alive there was so crucial to get that damage, and he's going through again.
He's going in
on his own.
He's trying to do it himself.
Damage. He's getting hits. This could be it. It is. Code Magic will take the first game, but it was close.
Yeah, it was some very back and forth. Take a look at some of the replays, recap that, but the BB picks coming out huge in that first game. The extra ability to get onto the safe fast, use your full stack attack to be able to clear some space and buy more time on the safe has been absolutely crucial to making this pick work.
Full stack attack. That just rolls off the tongue. But
I think it's the most apt way of describing it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Both teams played it pitch perfect, I think, in terms of brawler comps. Pushing as a team, for me, is such an important aspect of playing Heist and something that we don't see nearly enough. And often that is a reason as to why one side will falter, is simply that they're pushing as individuals rather than as a team. Both of these sides were doing that, and it just made the game very exciting to watch, very chaotic and very close.
Yeah, completely agree as well. That was a great start to this series, and if there's any indicator of how the rest of it is going to go, it's going to be very different to what we saw in Asia, where we might have an elongated series instead of these fast stomps we've been seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be far more evenly matched and really could go either way at any moment in this respect. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's jump into game number 2 then. We're still on Heist. And the compositions haven't changed at all. They're still running the exact same thing. Code Magic Purple putting a lot of stock into the max pick. They're already onto the safe. And there's been only fractional trades coming back here. Sun Bentley and Jeton have got some free time. In fact, Jeton's just going to play Gatekeeper by Sun Bentley all the time. He needs to keep dealing damage to the safe, and he's been left unattended. But hang on a minute, the safe rush is still happening, and the damage being traded back on the Code Magic Purples goes in favor of Clash EU.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage being dealt on the other side. It was a great attempt by IKS to defend, actually, just going to show just how strong the push of Sunbenny and Cursed was. More damage going out. Jetson rolling in. This could be it here. If Jetson gets some good shots, which he does. Imiz is missing a couple there. This is going to be really close, Trid.
But Jeton's still alive. He's going back to the safe. They didn't fully deal with him. The respawns are coming in as well. And it's 12 to 11%. These final offenses could decide it, Ark.
It's honestly so tight between these two teams. IKS had to pop, so he does go down. That might come into play here. BB's gadget, rather, is very, very dominant on...
Yeah, he's on the safe. He's going to do it. He uses his gadget as well to get that damage, but he doesn't find the last hit. 2% is where it ends.
I cannot believe Sunbentley just did that with the super. The body blocking is unreal here. Jetson rolling in as well.
Oh no!
This is incredible from Koba.
It's about to go wrong. They're all on the safe. They rush it in, and Co Magic Purple will take Heist and go 1-0 in the series.
I cannot explain to you what we just witnessed. Sunbentley spawning in, using the invincibility to tank so much damage, and then Jetson with a roll to save the president there, to tank that Brock shot. Unbelievable defensive display there from Code Magic.
I actually think that there's actually been a huge misstep here from Clash on that map. Where we saw a little bit earlier in the replay package, Jetson being left unattended on that safe. Well, he went over into the back right corner, but they didn't finish him off. and they left him unattended. He went back in and got even more damage because they didn't finish him off or didn't want to keep the pressure up. I believe it was Muniz on the Brock. If he could have just stuck around a little bit longer to deal with Jetton, they wouldn't have been in such a position where their percentage was so low. But the fact they just seemed to ignore him for that period of time, opting to go for the offense instead, well, Jetton capitalized on that perfectly, and it spelt disaster for Clash EU.
Yeah, you cannot leave people unattended. They will heal and they will stay being a pest. Super Stadium up next here. Sprout could be a really viable option, actually. As we know in Brawl, he's very devastating. Got to point out as well, the amount of damage to the safe in those previous games was the closest that we've seen so far. 70,000 damage by Clash to 90,000 by Code Magic. So by far the closest that we've seen so far in Heist in terms of damage on the safe.
Yeah, one fun thing to note about the value of Sprout is a lot of people think it's the meme to like lock people in the goal. Well, actually, another strategy that we saw this past week, Ark, was people getting control of the game early, scoring a goal, then putting the ball into a back corner and using Sprout's super to constantly lock the ball off, so possession is just not an option for the enemy team. We could see a lot of that if it comes into it. And there it is, double Sprout coming onto Brawl. This is the Brawl Stars Championship debut of the latest Brawler.
I cannot wait to see how these pro players use Sprout to effect, and straight off the bat we can see that the preferred star power definitely is that more explosive damage radius there, but it's definitely, I would say, Code Magic on the back foot early on, needing to respawn in. Clash taking it very cautiously, very slowly at this early stage of the game.
Well, Muniz is on top of a goal. Great execution there by the stun coming out from Nita. Jetton managing to time that one perfectly. There's the ball in the back right left corner of the map. It should buy Clash Europe even more time to respond to this attack, but they need to pay attention to curses on the left-hand side. Muniz can put his super up, but it will block off a pass. The Lingium getting a little bit too close. Great stun there by Guille with the Nita Bear again to reset the tempo.
Yeah, Nita's gadget, honestly, in my opinion, probably one of the strongest in the game currently, especially in Brawl Ball. And that's what we're seeing here, is that just awareness to the Nita Bear in order to get that stun now. A good advantage here for Code Magic, but just unable to really collect themselves as a team and make something of that opportunity.
Yeah, all very stagnated. No one's really had a good attempt at goal. Cursed, he's actually received the pass into the back line. That'd be considered offside. Oh! It stops on the line! Just a fraction too late. And oh my god, actually Sprout may have killed Jetton there. He walled him off to keep the bear away, but it actually locked off one of his teammates.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, getting that Sprout super to not impact your team in a negative way is very difficult, especially at such like an early stage in the Brawler's lifespan. Players are still working it out here as Jetton looks for an opportunity, shut down a little bit by Guille, who saw it coming, and now Code Magic just going to recollect and take it a bit slower, but there was a chance there if Guille was not aware to get a shot on goal.
Well, Guille's going to move forward, just blast the ball there, using the wall to cut off the sightlines, forcing everything into one channel. It's okay for Muniz, he doesn't mind being caught off. He can throw his damage over this obstacle and assist his team regardless. 15 seconds remaining, overtime's about to come into play. It's going to be increasingly difficult to try and defend shots on target.
10 seconds then, it's not really anything in terms of goals, but the possession, the position of that ball very much in Clash's favor here. Guille going in, Chaos with the super.
They've got one kill.
Great opportunity for Clash if they can capitalize here in this overtime, and so goes down. It is! It's going to be a goal for Clash, giving them the first game of Brawl Ball.
Great bounce back from Clash, not to be deterred from their first map loss. They're able to come back in an overtime push. Very slow and stagnant game, though, Ark. I wonder if that's an omen of what we're expecting to see in the rest of our Brawl Ball matches if Sprout gets through. That replay there, nearly completely different for Code Magic. The shot by Jetton, unfortunately, not going to land, not have the distance to end up in that goal. Actually, just stopping on the goal line, which is kind of tragic when you think about it.
Yeah, both of these teams have different strategies, generally, from what I've been observing. And Clash are very, very patient, very slow. They like to take their time and not rush the goal, whereas Code Magic are much more on the aggressive and like to get things wrapped up quickly. So both are very viable options and strategies. And Cursed now changing to Primo. I wonder how that... And Muniz changing to Rosa here. Both teams going with a tankier option. It's worked out better for Code Magic as Cursed. Going to approach it, wants it in. in 20 seconds of game time.
Poco, BB, and Rosa not working out for Clash Europe as the first goal in comes in fast. Chaos stunned up, receiving a lot of damage. Great heal from Guille keeps him up. You only have that super for a limited amount of time, as Muniz will be forced into position by Sprout's obstacles. Great stun combo there by Jeffen to lock him up. The ball's in the half of Clash EU, but they're trying to move this line of attrition into Code Magic Purple's half.
Yeah, absolutely. Cursed doing a fantastic job there as Primo just kind of trying to hurt the Pact here. The double tank heal approach by Clash will be a better served strategy if they can push up as they are doing so. If Muniz goes down here, they're just going to deflate that push, and it does. Cursed again, able to walk it in surely or get the hit on Chaos. He does. Can he walk this in? Is this going to be...
He might be able to. Guille. Oh, the flip! He body slams Guille out of the way, and he's able to get it in there. So Code Magic will tie up the Brawl Ball map.
Honestly, I can never get enough of Primo's gadget, and it's just one of the funniest interactions and a very, very high skilled strategy, in fact. But it just looks hilarious, and Code Magic then just showing that they can bring it back as well.
Yeah, so like I said, it could be one of these matches that goes the distance arc as we're about to jump into our conclusion of Brawl Ball. Adaptation's not working out for Clash EU. They're bringing in a tanky composition with Poco, foregoing the Sprout as well. But it was actually that El Primo pick that made all of the difference for Code Magic Purple. So will they try and focus their adaptations around that?
This is the thing now. What I'm loving is seeing how these two teams are constantly mixing things up. And like I was saying earlier about being unpredictable in that sense, it goes such a long way. And I'm really kind of curious now as to what comp we're going to see for this third and final game, because, you know, once a team's been kind of changing things up and you change your things up, and now they're both in this position where we're all even. And who's going to make that move?
I mean, who goes first, right? It's chicken and egg argument a little bit. Like, who's going to have to make that the call? Who's going to take the gamble? They may just play it safe and try and brute force their own compositions. I think the Clash EU are the team that's going to have to adapt. The one they ran into game 2 was not strong enough. They're going to have to change that up somehow. And I think maybe going back to their game 1 composition might be the plan. That might fare better against the Primo that's coming out from Code Magic Purple.
Yeah, the Poco pick is just not enough on defense, and it just tickles Curse as he walks the ball in. So, if Curse does choose to play El Primo once again, and Clash do go with that Poco pick, they're going to have to really work as a team to ensure that their defense is on point.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to jump into that match right now. So here's the conclusion of Brawl Ball coming onto your screens. I want to see what the compositions are. And it looks like Sprout, BB, and Nita has come back. So similar compositions, but Cursed is still going to stay on the Primo.
Yeah, Clash definitely are well aware that that was their failing factor there, was the defense side of things, going with the Nita for the stun. Like Chaos here on his own, walking.
Oh, no.
It's reverse Trid. We're seeing Clash now with the aggression and an early goal, much like we saw previously with Code Magic in the last game.
I do like what Curse attempted to do there, though. He tried to flip Chaos out of the way so he can make a beeline for Muniz, but he wasn't able to get the kill, unfortunately. And now he's trapped between a rock and a bubble, and it's bouncing hard as Chaos will take out the big tank line, move forward. Great defensive super usage there by Sun Bentley to stop all aggression. And so that's going to stop the push, but Clash have control of this game.
I kind of felt like Clash should have used that situation more to their advantage, really. If they placed the ball and waited for Code Magic to break that Sprout super as they came in with that invincibility, they might have been able to walk the ball in, but opting again, like I said earlier, to be patient and more kind of like calculating in that respect. It might go against them, however. Some barely approach.
No.
The pass to Curse is good. This could be a goal here for Code Magic. If Curse can't finish it, a great defense from Clash.
I think I understand the Primo pick in this one, Ark. I think it's, though, we talk about how the actual placement of this super from Sprout can cut off teammate routes. Well, Primo, if he has this super, he can just jump over. He can break enemy territory as well. There's a lot he can do with his super that counters and shuts down the Sprout. It's actually making more sense to me now.
Yeah, Primo's not actually really the most popular of picks in Brawl Ball, but on this particular map, Curse showing how effective it can actually be in terms of herding and positioning, and I really think it's a bold brawler pick that's definitely working very much in Code Magic's favor here, but they are currently still 1 goal down, 30 seconds left. They got to bring this back.
Yeah, a lot of control still in favor of Clash EU. I'm not even certain where the ball is right now. Where is it? Oh, back right corner. So, yeah, they're going to struggle to get hold of that in the next 20 seconds. If they get some kills, they might be able to turn it around fast. But they need to do something. Well, Muniz now can just put his super up as well and block the ball off if they go for it. There you go. He's blocking off Curse. And he doesn't have the super. He's trapped. He can't move. And that's going to be it. The game, there's no way they come back from this arc.
The only thing they could do, that Code Magic could do there was Curse to break those walls, and Curse went down, and it's going to be then Clash, which take the second set, evening things out. This one just got interesting, Tread.
Yeah, tied up 1 apiece overall right now after Brawl Ball, which has probably been our slowest map of the day so far, I would argue, Mark.
Yeah, this is really getting heated now. Both of these two teams, they know exactly what they're doing, and we often see in Europe, as well as the meta being consistent across Europe, just as we've seen a different meta in Asia, but being still relatively consistent in Asia. And it's great to see now both teams playing Sprout. We can see how the pros are interacting. Look at that damage dealt, though. Pretty consistent, and the goal scored, but the kills there. Clash just able to do more in terms of finalizing that damage.
Yeah, so Clash able to capitalize on the damage more, but very scarily similar in terms of their score line across the board there, which I think really is indicative of what we saw. We're going to be moving on to our next map type shortly. The series is tied 1 apiece, which is already making this gonna last. It only means it's gonna last longer than our previous series in Asia, which were very one-sided, and that's what I love to see about Europe is it's not one team that rises to the top per month. It's actually a lot of teams brawling it out, and we actually have a level of consistency we may not see in other regions.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Stonefort is the next map up, and this is, again, one of those really frantic and chaotic situations, especially if both teams go over similar comp here. We might see yet again that locking of horns between these two teams, because they both can read each other pretty well from what we've seen so far.
I think one pick we're definitely going to see, or if I stand corrected, I thought we were going to see the Rosa here, that bridge connector between center and outer brushes. Very important to keep the information questionable at best. But we're seeing the Pam come in, Bo and Sprout, so mirror compositions across the board.
Yeah, good brawlers here. Definitely for me are Bo and Pam. I've yet to really kind of see Sprout being used from the competitive scene. Like you said, Rosa is a very, very solid choice to bridge those bushes, but not being seen just yet. Maybe both teams will be holding out on that pick for later on. But Clash with an early start for gems in the bag for them.
I think this makes a lot of sense, though, to bring the Sprout here to Stonefort, because you can seal off one of the entrances to this central point and really cut out reinforcements or aggression if timed correctly.
Definitely. Look at here, Muniz on his own with Jet, and if he can get this kill here, he could have got more gems, but unfortunately, I think the time spent for Curse going to the right-hand side there will mean that Muniz was able to pick up 1 gem and potentially the 3 or 4 if they can get this takedown. Kind of interesting to see how Pam has kind of turned into this brawler, which is now much more a solo play brawler than it is a team play. Just an observation there, taking that lane.
Sun Bentley gets away with 2 gems and picked off on the side there by Guille's Bow. Muniz storming away with the gem lead right now, 9 in his pocket, and he's about to get his 10th and start that countdown timer.
Yeah, Muniz honestly did a fantastic job there, just being aware to the gems and, pretty much just not really doing anything in terms of kills, but massive amounts of support from him, giving Clash the countdown, and this could be the first game to Clash. If the next 5 seconds are, Clash, very comfortable in gem grab.
Yeah, so the not to be deterred by their match 1 performance, the path to victory still exists for Clash EU, picking up that first game quite comfortably. One thing to point out there, Muniz sitting at around about 1,000 trophies on Sprout already, and I know there's a lot of people who are hard grinders as well, but it's good to see the time being committed to the new brawler to make it work on this stage.
Yeah, just want to point out that I got a pretty substantial Sprout when he first. Just gonna put that out there. I think.
What did you get? What did you get? Oh, go on, plug yourself.
1,100 trophies. I think that's pretty. That's not bad.
He's a bit of a gamer.
But yeah, Sprout for me is a very, very fun brawler. Very new, different mechanic. And that's the thing for me. Sprout was very strong when he first came into the meta for sure. Did receive that nerf, as we all know. Quite a substantial nerf at that. But it's the mechanic for me. It's that new thing in the game. And that can be reined in or elaborated upon. But being able to block off areas of the map, such a strong strategy and competitive.
Yeah, seeing its value in this series. I'm glad he wasn't banned out. I imagine this may be the rarity that we get to see it in this series. I don't think we're going to see it in follow-up ones today or potentially tomorrow when we cover North America and Latin America South. The compositions are identical yet again. This time, though, there's changing who's going into which lane.
Yeah, it definitely seems as though Curse going against EA and that kind of not taking the same lane, I think, might be something which could play into their advantage. As Curse now getting the pinch on Muniz. What a great super from Muniz to block off.
No, that was not a great. I completely disagree with that.
Disagree with that?
I disagree. I understand the intent. Block the damage, but then he corded himself with a pinch from Jetson. So it was very short-sighted, I think.
I think he was hoping that Jetson wouldn't have noticed what was going on in that center area and was too focused on his lane, and it obviously came back to bite for sure. And Code Magic now with a good lead now, 6 gems for them, and that is potentially going to bring things back into Code Magic's core.
Well, Clash have control of the center as well. They've killed off the gem carrier, but there's no point in trying to go and grab those ones because they're not leaving the spawn room. Just keep control of this center. Make sure you use the man advantage you've generated for yourself and try and continue to keep control of the spawner.
Yeah, absolutely. But look here, at the moment now, it's kind of Clash that are starting to dominate that control, and we've seen this in the previous game as well. Clash are very good at holding this control, and Code Magic needs to do more as a team and less as individuals, I feel.
It's interesting that if you actually, I've just noticed something they tried to do there. By putting the super on top of the spawner itself, you stop members from being able to grab the gems in certain situations, which could stall out the gem collection even longer than it should be.
Sun going down there just allowed Iminus to pick up a ton of gems. 10 now. And that is going to be countdown for Clash as quickly as that one takedown. This could be the set to Clash here if Code Magic can't get these gems.
Yeah, Jetson's going on the offense as well, so is Curse. There's a good super being used by Muniz. So they got him! What? Curse is in the spawn, though, cannot escape. There's 10 gems sitting in the spawn line. Where is Bo going? Is he trying to keep them off the collector to make sure they don't cash in? Yes, they have to, because they had 6 sitting in spawn from when they had their last assault.
Yeah, very smart plays from Code Magic, and Clash almost forgot that. I think there's plenty of time to get 10 from the middle, but they need 11. If they don't get 11, this game is all over right here with 3 seconds.
Muniz again. Chaos goes for the body block, and they get it. That's 10 gems for Muniz, and it means that Clash EU will walk away with gem grab, pushing them to match point.
Clash are turning it around now. They're starting to find their pacing and get it together. And gem grab was very much in their favor, and that's going to give them a good, solid boost. 2-1, currently in favor of Clash. A great place to be going into the next game mode.
Absolutely, and we'll get that map set on your board shortly so you can see where it comes from. But let's have a look at the stats so far. Damage very much going the way of Clash EU in that particular matchup. The gap is increasing between the similarity in stats between Brawl Ball and this match.
Yeah, the Gem Grab was definitely a map which Clash felt comfortable in, and I wonder next up whether we'll see the same thing again. Clash do practice a great deal on maps and game modes that kind of evolve around control. They do like to area control as opposed to go for an objective like, say, in Brawl Ball, despite doing very well in Brawl Ball today. And when it comes to area control, they are very good at showing how good they are at doing just that. This could actually go in Code Magic's favor here, because I think that this is maybe a game mode more suited towards their playstyle. Very aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Canal Grand, obviously you're locked into lanes a little bit more if you give control away of the mid. So you want to be playing a little bit of range, but you also want to make sure that you've got control of the pivot point, so to speak, because then you can control the flow of who's attacking. It's very easy to set up pinches on the offense as well.
Look out for Jetson. I'm calling it now. Genie's on the cards, not banned here, as we know. So I feel like this could be the chance for Code Magic to just kind of rein it back.
No Gene.
I'm surprised.
BB, Rosa, and Poco for the side of Clash EU, and then Code Magic Purple. Oh, they have got Genes. Sorry, I completely missed him. Oh, no, it's not Gene, it's Poco. What am I saying?
I'm really surprised. Yeah, Jetson does like the tankier brawlers too, but for me, I felt like he might have gone with the Gene pick there. Maybe they're holding back that card potentially there, but an early back and forth. It's actually Code Magic to take the early lead here. I mean, this could go down here as well. I think it's going to a great start for Code Magic.
Yeah, they picked up the first star. They've got 2 kills under the bag. Chaos is by himself, tries to answer back. Jetson having to pop his super to make sure he stays alive and is able to capitalize and refrag so they keep the lead here with 8 stars for free.
Yeah, this is definitely much. You can already see it's a different Code Magic right now, playing as a team far better than they were in the previous game. And another takedown by Cursed on iChaos there, giving 10 stars to Code Magic. And Jetson and somebody should finish off Munis here. Surely they're working so well together here. Munis is going to go down here despite the heals attempts of Guille. And this is looking like a much more feeble clash right now.
Guille trying to stay alive, uses his own super to get the heal. He's able to get it back fast enough to help Muniz, who's trying to capitalize and kill Jetson, who's sitting on 4 stars. If he gets away from this, that's a huge blow to Clash EU to not be able to finish him off when he's playing so aggressive with 4 stars in his back line. And he's going for kills yet again. They're popping supers to keep the resistance up. The Pocos are actually pocketing the Roses as they go in, and Guille is now on the threat because Jetson's at point blank range. And there it is. Code Magic cleans house, and they're going to seal the deal now, Ark.
This is an annihilation we're seeing from Code Magic. Such a difference in the team from the previous game mode of Gem Grab, and like I predicted, this is definitely going to be much more in their comfort zone for sure. Amazing display there. I don't think there's anything Clash can possibly do, even if they get this kill on Jets, and this one's all over, Trent.
Nah, it was over ever since the large and in charge play from Jetson was made, and that means that Code Magic Purple will take the first game of Canal Grands, and they're trying to force this out and reset the match. Going to a map 5 is definitely what they're looking to do here.
For me, it's really interesting to see how much Canal Grande's like just swapped in terms of the meta recently. The double tank Poco, it's not a comp, I'll be honest, that I would kind of hesitate to see in the majority of Bounty. And we're seeing it, and we've seen it earlier this week also, Trid.
Yeah, the Slambulance.
The Slambulance, exactly, yeah. Gone seem to be the days of, like, Piper, Brock, Tick. It seems to be very much close range, and it's just interesting to see the shift.
Well, I think we saw it earlier in the Asia finals where one team went for this beefier, aggressive composition, and they actually pincered these ranged brawlers we typically see on these maps being forced back. As soon as you lose that control and your range isn't doing it and you've got to sustain the HP pools to play around with and take some damage on the entry, then you shut down the range altogether, because once you get in their face, it's over.
This is the thing, and unless you're really hitting those shots, it's far easier to juke than it is to do anything else. And seeing how this one's going to go then, not too much by the way of brawler comp changes. Curse and Muniz taking a lane as Sprout, but I feel like this synergy between Sunbending and Jetson is the key to Code Magic. You get an early lead now, 3 stars ahead already of Clash.
But then also what happened there was Jetson came into the right-hand lane, which Curse was occupying by himself in the 1v1 for spots, and just almost aided him and gave him and donated some pressure over to Muniz, which forced him to retreat. And in that retreat and in that chaos, that's where Curse landed these shots to be able to get those kills and get a kill and put them in the lead.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning as well that use of super as well, just kind of like boxing Clash in furthermore. Might have been used to greater effect on a more aggressive. But this is the thing about Clash's playstyles, that they're very passive, they're very patient, and Code Magic very aggressive. And in Bounty, he who dares wins, Trid, and going in aggressively to get those stars early on gives you that advantage. You can sit back more, you can play it safer, and that's what we're seeing here.
Chaos being sustained in. They're going to trade supers as he goes for a brawl, a boxing match with Jetson, if you will. It's the pugilistic ant able to deter the attack. Sun Bentley now in his sights. Great wall there to push Sun Bentley back to safety, and Chaos away to maintain this lead for Code Magic Purple.
Incredible super by Curse, gotta be honest. Definitely coming to the rescue here, but I think Muniz is doing a great job here, and it's got to be noted here that there's not much of a lead, and the game mode is coming to a close. Down goes Jetson there, and another takedown. Clash just turned it around last minute with now a 4 Wow.
It's not over yet. They're still in range, though. This could be flipped back from Code Magic Purple with one good push. There's only 4 stars in it, but Jetton's going to go down. The lead's extended, and they've lost their tank. There's no way they're going to be able to do it. That's going to be Clash EU equalizing Canal Grand.
My goodness me. IKS was absolutely popping off at the end of that game. There we see it. You know, the patience and of Clash, it does help. Sometimes it just depends as to whether they can make that final play, and in that instance, they absolutely did. Great plays from Clash. I gotta say, I didn't expect it, but it was cutting it fine, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's certainly coming down to the wire right now. We're at what could be the match point, but also if Code Magic Purple come back into this one and force out that final map, who knows what's going to happen, to be honest, Art. This one has probably been one of the closest games in any of the monthly finals we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I've got my money on Code Magic, though, to equalize this. I would love to see it. I like close games. I never like taking favorites because all I care about is that both teams give it their all. And this is so exciting to watch. And I really hope we end on a good note regardless, as these two teams lock their horns now.
Right, early start given over to Code Magic Purple. They have to retreat because Jetton took a lot of damage, so they're going to let that natural healing come into play, but they're stagnated in the middle. Using these bushes to hide and obscure their movement seems to be the play.
Yeah, the Rosa Bush strategy, using that gadget to kind of like open up your options to move around the map and to heal at the same time. Very, very dominant strategy here. And, you know, again, just seeing a very slow start. Both teams just looking to get their super to create an opportunity, and not really too much going on, just literally cycling their supers at the moment.
Cycling supers, but they're also being quite smart as well. They're using the wall to stop any aggression from the poke damage that's coming in as they're trading back and forth. When they know they don't have poke advantage, they use the super from Sprout to stop the aggression to make sure they can get the HP back high enough to be able to take a neutral fight.
Yeah, it's a really, really good thing to note there as well. Like that the Sprout super doesn't need to be used aggressively, it can be used very defensively, and that's what we're seeing both sides choosing and opting towards doing here. And at the moment, though, you got to point out, Code Magic did get that first star. They've got 1 star in the bank, and if nothing changes, although I fear it might, and it might even change right now. Sunbelly looking low, pops the gadget, not enough, he goes down. IKS again coming in so heavily for Clash and giving them, and another kill by me.
Right, 4 stars to 1. 20 seconds remaining, Ark. If they get the kill on Muniz somehow, they will flip it back in their favor, but they have to wait for all 3 members. Here comes the damage from Cursed off to the side. 15 seconds remaining. Jetton and some Bentley struggling to get out of the spawn. They're going towards IKS. He's low. He's at 2,000 HP. No shield. They only have to get 1 more kill, and Guille's isolated. They need to pinch him fast, but they're not able to do it. Guille, 1 second remaining. It goes down.
Oh!
And Code Magic Purple able to come back at the end there and force it out to map number 5.
What? That was literally down to the millisecond, Trid. I mean, you couldn't have cut that any finer than that. And talk about a last-minute play from Code Magic. We're going to another game mode, and it wasn't looking that way literally just a minute ago. My goodness me.
So map number 5, but look at the damage there. Code Magic and Clash so close. There's only about 9,000 damage in it, Ark.
I'm not even ready to talk yet, Trid. I'm still in shock from that last game. I don't know what's real, what's up, down, left, and right. Do this without me, bro.
I don't think that's fair, Ark. I don't think I should be paid to do your job as well, mate. So you got to keep talking at some point, my friend. 2-2 scoreline. Going to map number 5, stark contrast to what we saw in Asia. Code Magic Purple want to take it to him, and our deciding map will be Nuts and Bolts. We're moving over to a Siege type.
Yeah, I've got to say that Clash are very comfortable in Siege. Again, very similar to Gem Grab in that kind of play style, and you know, just area denial is what Clash do best. So, you know, Code Magic are really going to have to use that last moment of victory to kind of continue on and give themselves that boost to dominate Clash here in a game with which they are very comfortable in.
Jetton was caught between Sprout Wall and Natural Terrain. Cursed going to be moved away to the side by Muniz and Space. It's a tie for the first siege, which means it's just going to roll over to the next one. Clash certainly look like they've got control right now, but with so many fractured members of Code Magic around, it could easily flip the other way.
Yeah, Kirsten and Chaos, they're just choosing when to strike and when not to. Obviously, with every strike, you do lose that batting stance, protective shield, so every hit matters. It's going to be a very tight round here, and I fear for the team that have to defend this spot, or the team which are going to be on the receiving end of a push in the next round, should we get to it here. But it is definitely looking as though Code Magic are going to have a very meaty robot coming in.
Yeah, so they're on 13 bolts already with 5 seconds remaining. They're probably going to cash into 14, so before that goes in. So yeah, 14. Siege bot moving in right now. Chaos will go down. He'll come back with the invulnerability shield. It's purple. It's going to come in and damage your Ike if you're not too careful. Guille trying to buy some more time. The Wolf from Muniz forces it to path differently, buying even more time for him to deal damage. And it's a great response from the Sprout. We'll get the connection very briefly, taking it down by 26%.
It's a really strong defense, it's got to be said. I like Shetton's cheeky little spin there as he realized that Sprout can redirect the bot, but Clash are banking some bolts here, and to be honest, Code Magic needed to get every bolt in that round. They're going to be on the defense, and it's a tough call now for them to defend as strongly as Clash have just demonstrated now.
Absolutely, with 10 bolts in the bag, 30 seconds remaining. They're trying to claim back. It's actually Code Magic Purple gaining so much control over the mid right now, but that Siege bot is coming in. Level 11, who's going to jump on the defense? They've got the invulnerability shield. Start up to redirect it. I think it's too late for the redirect. They were not going to be able to do it. They're going to make the connection. This has all gone wrong. Code Magic Purple's Ike is in disarray as it's going to wail on, and they're going to finish it off as well. Clash EU take the first game of this map.
Wow, Clash then match point here, and I'll be honest, looking at the damage, the way it went down that final siege push, I actually kind of was surprised at how long Code Magic were able to prevent any damage at all, considering just how close the bot was. It was a valiant attempt, but not enough. Again, Clash's patience and perseverance here just paying off for them today.
Absolutely, as we're going to move into game number 2 real quick. I'm sure the players want to conclude this series while the momentum is in their favor. And it is Clash versus Code Magic in our closest game of the day and possibly the monthly finals so far, with only 2 maps remaining, unless there's some weird draw that happens while they get equal percent and we have to go to a 4th map, which I think is unlikely in Siege. But we're jumping into it now, and no compositional changes coming in for either team.
Yeah, not much change up going on here. It's just funny to see how Sprout is affecting the meta in the competitive scene. The days are kind of gone of Barley being such a strong choice now in Siege, and having that potential to redirect and to corner off areas is just why we're seeing Sprout dominating so much here. It is going to beat Code Magic on the defense, and actually I kind of feel like that could be a good thing for them if they're able to regain mid control after this push, if they even survive this first push. Who knows?
Well, Sam Bentley's even keeping hold of his super. I don't think he needs to use it yet. But there's some connections here. Look how much damage is coming in on that Ike. They've really misplayed this one. 31% is dropped down to, and a little bit of follow-through damage at the end. What are you doing? You were sat on your growth. You could have redirected the bot and bought more time.
That, I feel, is going to come back potentially, especially with Chaos bouncing these BB Supers gradually. It's just a matter of time, really, now. And Gear wants to...
They're going to go for it. Gear just wants to finish it.
Ivan is going in with shots. No, 1%, 42.
They just throw one more.
He left is all over Trid. Chaos knows it. He's dancing. 1 BB ball, and this one's all she wrote.
Well, gets the assault there. The Sprout's been used early. There's the BB ball set off at range. Kobe from downtown, and Chaos will secure victory for his team. Clash EU will win our first match of the day.
Wow, honestly, it's so great to see these 2 teams going at it again, as we've seen in previous months, but it was a very good attempt, gotta be said, by Code Magic. Kept us on our toes throughout the entirety of those games, but Clash just able to dominate in those game modes of more area control and coming out victorious today.
Absolutely, and Clash having the damage advantage, kill advantage, not the bolt advantage though, so they were able to make it work and get a lot more value without the siege bots coming in. General comparison to Code Magic Purple, I want to see what the total stats of the game are, because I have a feeling very close scoreline as we look at the final stats in the matchup. But yeah, Clash EU and Code Magic Purple, unlike the Asia final, you're probably going to be a little bit concerned of facing either of these teams, because there doesn't seem to be the incredibly dominant outlier. Both of these teams looking really strong right now, so I'd be worried about the rest of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got more matches to come. This is just like match one of the group, and what's going to happen next could be just something insane to see. All we know for certain at the moment is that Clash are dominating today, and Code Magic are playing very much on par with that level of skill, and what happens next is going to be exciting to watch for sure.
Yeah, over 1 million damage in that series by virtue of it just going on for so long. Let's throw it over to Falcone, who'll bring us forward to the next match.
Now this is what I've been waiting for, guys. That was a match with Code Magic taking the first set and then Clash coming straight back. We went all the way to match 5. That was an insane Brawl Stars match, but you know what time it is. It is time to celebrate our most valuable player of this match, and it's going to be iChaos. Are you surprised? Well, let's take a look. iChaos, 8 picks of BB. If you've been wondering who that BB's been with the bat, that's a lot of Bs, wandering around, slashing people to pieces with that amazing sword skin, it's been iChaos. We're going to see some of the very best moments now. But iChaos, always focused, always having fun, loves nothing more than playing Brawl Stars with his team. And you know what? We love watching him. Just look. I love watching these plays in the Brawl Ball, the passes, the invincibility coming in, and just walking in the goal. iChaos, clearly the MVP here in this match. We're going to see some siege now. We're going to see just that sword going all over the place, taking out the bot, taking out the Ike. That is some great performances from iChaos. But now we're going to take a look at the bracket and see what has happened. The first match, it was close, but it wasn't close enough as Clash EU did take that one down. Code Magic Purple sitting in last place right now, but they still have a game to play against Zero Zone. That is going to be coming up next. It's going to be Code Magic against Zero Zone EU. Zero Zone, a team that we haven't seen, I believe, at all during the monthly finals until now. So it's time to introduce Fusterator, Adri FD, Leopard, and Eric. And it's time for Falcone's Facts. Fusterator claims that the team have been working really, really hard over the last month, with scrims every single day. They really want to make a good performance here, their first time in the monthly finals. When asked what their hobbies are, Eric said public relations. Can't really see how PR skills cross over with Brawl Stars, but hey, I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's take another look at Code Magic Purple. You've seen them already once today. You saw them do very well, but not quite take down Clash. It's going to be Sun Bentley, Cursed, Jetton, and KC. A big focus of this team seems to be about remaining calm, staying comfortable, being composed. Most of the players really emphasize the fact that they have focus, skill, and experience. Although Cursed says he's only human. After all, he's only human. Casters, don't put the blame on me.
Okay, so it means that we are jumping into our next map shortly, and, well, I mean, he says he's only human, don't put the blame on him. Will he be able to get that? Will the mistakes come through more accurately, Woody? That's what I'm curious about.
Hey, we're all human, but his opponents are human too, so that's no excuse if you ask me. He's got 2 ends bans once again. Yeah. I have to say though, True, before we hop into this next match, I'm just so jealous of you that you got to cast that last one. What an awesome performance between both of those teams at the height of their game. The European group saw some amazing action to start off with, but we have got even more awesome gameplay coming up very shortly. We have got Code Magic Purple, and they are going to be facing off against Zero Zone, newcomers in this global arena, but ready to strike and make their name known.
I imagine we're going to end up seeing a little bit more of the Sprout as well. I can imagine how disruptive he's going to be on Minecart Madness, which appears to be our first map as well. Just when you think you're safe, you can get blocked off and trapped on the tracks. It's going to be disastrous for certain teams here if Sprout comes to fruition.
Yes, we'll see if he winds up growing strong. We have known for a long time that he's going to be very strong in Brawl Ball, especially if his super is able to block a shot. That was predicted by Frank a while back ago on Twitter. And in fact, I've kept an eye on Frank's Twitter, and he recently announced that there's going to be 10 event tickets in everyone's shop. So make sure to go grab those before you do your boss battle Brawl this weekend. But anyways, we're getting into the game now. We're seeing a little bit of a lead here for Code Magic Purple as the trains are chugging through the arena.
I love what Leopard's doing here, preemptively destroying the terrain to make sure that they have more mobility and not get caught out by the Sprout when they go on the offense here. Also creating new paths for him to try and deal with KC, who's going in with a super of his own to deal damage to Leopard. And he's in the tracks though. Pure place to start using that one.
Yeah, it was a pretty sneaky play. You might be able to pull an enemy into the path of that train, but when you're immobilized like that and there's no way to protect those two gems you're holding on to, you got to wonder if that was the right choice. It's going to be an opportunity now for Zero Zone to make a comeback as they are getting that gem lead and building it up even higher.
KC got stunned. He was trying to go on the offense there. Easy cleanup for Leopard, and Frustrator is doing just that to Jetton. He's trying to protect Afrid from the damage, or Adrift, sorry, I got the pronunciation wrong. Protecting him, being that gem carrier. So he's on 8. If you look in the top right corner of your screen, Code Magic Purple, they're sitting on 4 gems in their own spawn areas. Casey gets the cleanup. Afrid's under fire. He uses the super to keep himself safe. He will get destroyed, but Frustrator is there for the sweep, and he's in the spawn room with 9 gems.
KC playing it very conservatively there. Expected to see him go for the kill, but let Frustrator get away with those 9 gems. Code Magic Purple in a really tricky spot now. They've got those 4 gems still sitting unclaimed on their side of the map, but they're behind still on that gem count, and they need to hold on to the center for a long time. Frustrator gets to 10. That's going to be countdown for the blue team.
Not enough time to get the spawners to level this one out. So it means they're going to have to go on the offense here. Jetton off to the side. They're trying to close down these routes. Leopard hoping to pinch them into an angle which they can easily protect. Casey's going in deep. Frustrator has that shield from the batting stance ready to go. And he's going to keep himself alive. 11 gems on the side of this team of Zero Zone. And they're going to be able to take away game 1.
Nice job there to Frustrator. You got to expect that the Zero Zone team was hoping to keep the gems on a drift there. The gem carrier playing typically on the back line, but Frustrator coming in clutch, grabbing those gems when a drift went down and able to hold on to them throughout the rest of the game. Frank doing some excellent work on defense. They're shutting down those pathetic attacks to make that gem carrier fall. And so ultimately it's going to be a lead now for Zero Zone, the 1-0 in this gem grab setup.
So great start for the debut team in the Brawl Stars Championship, going up against Code Magic Purple. Very early days in the series, and we saw how long a Code Magic Purple series can go. Sprout having a little bit of impact, but it was actually more about, as you highlighted during the CAF, Woody, about the Jackie misplacement, and also BB as well, pushing these people in front of the minecarts and forcing the RNG to act even more.
Yeah, we saw live how crucial those individual interactions can be. They can really make or break a game when you've got a gem carrier on the run, getting squeezed, especially by 2 attackers. If you're able to take them down and grab those gems, that can completely swing the momentum of a game like gem grab. I honestly think that gem grab is the most swingy of all of the game types in Brawl Stars, and we almost saw a complete upset in the making there. But didn't happen that time. We're going to go into game number 2 now, where Code Magic Purple will get a chance to strike back.
Similar composition for Zero Zone. They're going to walk in. This time, Casey's bringing out the Mr. P instead of the Jackie.
Yeah, Mr. P is a bit longer range than Jackie. Once he gets his Robo Porter set up, that can be some really difficult firepower to overcome, especially with all these trains coming out, it's kind of hard to get your positioning just right and avoid the damage from those guys when you've got a train coming at you and 3 enemy brawlers and a robo porter all stacked on top.
Well, the middle track is being kept off guard there by the super coming out from Cursed. 4 gems sitting on a drift. Because you're going to take out the porter by using the throw over the wall. Make sure Casey has to burn this one straight away. Might put it... No, he's going to put it in the exact same spot. But Jetton's caught off guard there. Unable to move where he wants to because of the super. And Frustrator will finish him off as Leopard goes on being a blocker to clear some space.
Ooh, gadget use there on that Mr. P Porter, but taken down by the train. Yeah, he took quite a bit of damage from that train. Got squished beneath it, but is still going to be holding on to those gems. Advantage now for Zero Zone as they're trying to hang on to it, but nice pressure from Jetton is able to push them back a little bit further, giving some breathing room to Magic Purple.
Well, Leopard's just opened up the map with that Frank super. Jetton has got a drift caught in the spawn room. Frustrated, needs to go back and support. And Jetton gets the clearance, locking him in the spawn so the gems will stay in their favor. Doesn't collect them, wants to give them back over to a drift once they have control of the map.
It's going to be real close now as we've got 9 gems. Once again for Zero Zone, they played very carefully last time they were in this spot, but look how Frustrator is caught underneath that train. It's going to be getting even closer now as up to 7 gems with an 8th spawn. Oh no, Curse got walloped by the train. This train is the MVP of the game, Trid.
Yeah, Jetton needs to take control of the gems, but he has to also be the one to go aggressive on Adrift. He may have to sacrifice those gems in the spawn room. If he goes down, it's all going to go wrong. Adrift has a super available to box off a spare some time. Leopard with the stun, while Frustrator not working in tandem with him as he knocks him out of the range. Jetton goes down, the gems are in, they couldn't find the kill, and Zone 0 will take map number 1.
A wild rampage for this train. We pretty rarely see it get that many kills when there's not some sort of movement disabling factor involved. But as you saw there, I think the trains probably wound up getting just as many kills as some of the most skilled players. Adrift did get caught there, as you saw that one time with a Sprout super, so nice eye there to Magic Purple. But yeah, Jetton was not able to keep all the gems that they needed on their side to avoid that countdown, and so an advantage for Zero Zone and win in this despite not putting as much damage up on the board, Trid.
Yeah, I think it's something we noticed in the Asia finals as well, that Zero Zone were bringing the likes of Frank, who's this huge sponge. I think a lot of this was damage being laid onto opponents without getting the kills. Which I think was probably the factor there that made the difference.
Yeah, Frank isn't really that great for finishes. He does have a really powerful super, and if you can manage to get an enemy stunned, you can usually kill them off. But the fact that his swing is so slow, even with really high damage, opponents often take damage but then retreat to safer harbor.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of getting back to safer harbor, we're going on to Bounty, where you're going to have to get those kills and get up fast, keep yourself in the game. So we're expecting a little bit of range to come out. But as me and Hawk highlighted in our earlier games, some teams are moving away to this beefier composition that's okay to take the hits, okay to take the blows, and keeps on trucking to close the gap. And then when they get in your face, it's all over. We're starting to see more of that turn up recently.
Yeah, with Rosa and Jackie in particular coming out really strong, especially whenever you see Sprout banned. I think that those heavy brawlers can really work wonders. With Sprout in the action, though, there's that kind of added mystery as to whether or not Sprout will deploy that wall at just the wrong moment and deny you access to be able to hit that backline. So it's a bit more risky play in the current metagame, but I expect to maybe see it making its... expect to see those teams making use of that strategy in this next game.
Well, we're expecting to see more Sprout, and the thing about Layer Cake is it's very clearly 3 channels of attack. Sprout, if he's in the mix, taking the throw role that we usually see from Tick, then he might be able to shut down those avenues for on the side, maybe for where we typically see a Brock and a Piper play out. But also Bees had a bit of a resurgence recently as well, so we might see that coming in. But I'm interested to see. We're jumping onto Layer Cake, so we'll have our questions answered relatively soon.
Let's check it out. The name of
there it is
Bounty, yeah, and we've got the Sprout coming in after all.
Yeah, Zero Zone going for this Slambulance comp, and they're going to try and move forward on Layer Cake. There's that wall coming out from Sprout. Leopard's actually off to the side
Oh,
to try and find the
man.
flank. But,
Devastating damage from Sprout. He's been able to jail those two brawlers back on the bottom left corner there. Nicely done. And Magic Purple up with 6 stars now. They didn't grab that star in the center of the map, but they have gotten every single kill so far in this game.
yeah, it's difficult, especially when the terrain starts getting blown up by the supers from Jeton and KC. They're walking this one in. Leopard going on the offensive, but there's the super to get away. Leopard caught on a bunch of grenades, needs some healing before he can continue. But it's KC in a bit of a bind right now as he passed beautifully to escape the damage. Tries to use the gadget to get the kill, won't be found onto Leopard. So 3 stars to go to close this gap.
Zerozone playing very aggressively, pushing Magic Purple all the way up toward their spawn now and getting them very close to that back line of defenses. Curse getting most of the kills here for Magic Purple and continuing to apply pressure as these attackers are moving on in. But can he keep them all up? Wow, another shot and another enemy down. Poco is finished off, and with that, the survivability that Zerozone needed is lost to them. Finally, he's back up in the action now, but can they get the squeeze that they've been looking for? Magic Purple's running out of cover, and if Frustrator can just get in closer, it might be a team kill for Zerozone.
Well, they got 25 seconds to make this work. There's that resurgence. They go in. Frustrator seems to have caught someone, steps away from the grenades, but they're going to ignore KC. Jeton jumps over the wall, and Curse, they can't reach him because of the terrain. He's happy to sit there. They've lost one with a 3-star difference, and they got 10 seconds to make it, but Curse and KC keep picking up the kills. Leopard is in jeopardy as he's pressing them into the corner with 4 seconds remaining. The super won't reach, and Curse has boxed himself in. Magic Purple take game number 1.
Really clever use of that Sprout super on defense to keep opponents from being able to reach you, especially when your opponents don't have any way of knocking down obstacles. That's just a disadvantage in the Zerozone setup, and really was what gave Magic Purple the win there. That was not a really super high scoring game, 11-6. Just being able to play defense and not take a single death. Cursed was really the MVP of that game, if you ask me.
Yeah, really good performance from Curse as well. I think if you're going to run the Slambulance, you might want to run the Primo in one of the tank roles instead, because we noticed on the Brawl Ball he's being used to get over this terrain, break this terrain with his own super. I think it's something that might want to be considered if you still want to go down this tanky route. But as is perfectly highlighted by the presence of Sprout in that last game, range may be key.
Yeah, and especially range whenever there's obstacles right in front of you. Being able to throw something over that Sprout super or be able to get a shot, maybe to ricochet off around the edge would be really super helpful. Sprout was really difficult to get to, and even with a ton of hit points and lots of heals to back up that Zerozone team, they couldn't manage to break through.
Game number 2 coming on your screens. Will the adaptations come in? They're staying relatively safe. Oh, hello. They've got BB, Sprout, and Poco for the side of Zerozone, and Magic Purple. They're happy with how things went, and they're keeping it the same.
Interesting. All right. Well, Zerozone's going to be playing that mid-range comp with Sprout this time, while Magic Purple also bringing back Sprout, of course. Going to be walling off the center, and that's going to give Magic Purple an opportunity to advance a little bit closer. Got to be careful, though, because Frustrator's going to be making a move around the edge, trying to close in and lop off Cursed in the backside. It looks like Cursed has been cornered.
The pinch was strong there. They were able to trade it out by Jeton finding that kill, but it's Zerozone who hold the cards right now with that early lead by virtue of the kill and the star in the mid.
Frustrator's shield really helping keep him in tip-top shape and pushing off the enemies approaching Jeton, trying to get a cornering shot around this obstacle, but not able to get it off. Wow, a nice hit from KC there, able to take down the enemy Sprout. That's going to be really helpful for CMP, pulling ahead now. 6
there's another
stars.
Yeah, Curse finding that second one means that they're going to start expanding this gap. Frustrator happy to tank 1 shot. He definitely shouldn't be doing 2, though. As Leopard cowering behind cover. They found a good
Whoa, that rocket jump.
He gets away! The rocket jump from the gadget means Jeton stays up. 35 seconds remaining and only 3 stars in it.
Wow, you rarely see a gadget pay off so well, but keeping those stars in the hands of CMP is going to keep them ahead, but not for long. Zerozone's actually going to be able to pull back in. 10 stars for them, but 12 now for CMP as they finish off that BB. Can they hold on for another 15 seconds? We're coming down to the wire, Trid.
A kill from anyone apart from KC will mean there's the draw, but they want to go for the win. They're going to have to press in the pocket from Adrift, trying to keep Frustrated alive.
Oh.
He found KC.
Oh.
It up to 4-star.
Oh.
Jetson and KC again to secure it with 17-16. Code Magic Purple are going to tie out the series.
The back and forth win was being shuffled between these two teams, but Code Magic Purple had the staying power to grab victory at the end. Great job there to Cursed, walling off Leopard in the last few seconds, denying the attack from that crucial hitter. Look, stuck over there in the corner, firing away, and did actually manage to kill Cursed, but wasn't able to fully support that push. Kept Code Magic in the lead.
Much more damage being dealt by Code Magic that time around, able to secure that victory as well. And it doesn't surprise me, it was going up against a composition that relies on high HP pools and sustain, so the damage numbers pretty much indicative of that. The kills and stars, they tell the closest story, well, they sort of tell the more accurate story of how close it actually was and how back and forth this particular map could have been.
Now recall, Code Magic Purple is tied for second place in the global leaderboards going into this tournament today. So you really expected them to be far and ahead, victorious. The fact that Zero Zone is putting up such an amazing fight, I think really goes to show that this could be anyone's match. This Brawl Stars Championship has a changing landscape. Every single month we see new competitors. And remember, if you guys want to compete at home, all you got to do is put together a team of 3, register for that in-game championship, qualify, and make it through a bracket. And you too can be racking up the big points for that World Finals, where we have millions of dollars available for this competition this year.
Yeah, incredible
1.5
opportunities are present.
Right?
Yeah, incredible opportunities are prevalent this year for the Brawl Stars esports. We're getting ready to jump into our next map when the players are all ready. As you saw, we're heading over to a bounty map, which is one of the ones we highlighted, bringing the true strength of Sprout to show if it hasn't been displayed already. So it's about to go up another notch when we jump into this map.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. Code Magic Purple and Zero Zone tied off on that set score 1-1. We will finally get that tiebreaker that we've been waiting so many seconds for. Trid, it feels like every single second that ticks by is like an eternity when you're waiting for this action to get back underway. And so we're right there with you. Fans, let us know in chat if you're cheering for Zero Zone or Code Magic Purple. And hey, while you're here with us, make sure not to forget to hit follow, subscribe, to stay tuned to the action. We're going to be continuing the Brawl Stars action every month leading up to the global finals, and we hope that you'll stick with us for the entire pathway there.
And hey, who knows, in future we might get some more sneak previews or some little like heads up cues like we got. Obviously, we know Brawl Talk's going to be next weekend now, in a week's time. So, you know, you might find out more info like that by watching the broadcast. So always a reason to tune in. But more importantly, we're going to jump into the action right now. Brawl Ball on your screens.
Interesting pick here from Adrift. We have B coming into the action. Long-range brawler who can get a ton of damage in if she gets 2 shots off in a row. Manages to get the job done, but a scary attack in from Jetton almost gets a goal, pushed back by Leopard and Frustrator, and that'll give them a chance to move in for an attack of their own.
Yeah, great defense there by Zero Zone, making use of the B, which we've seen a little bit more prevalence of recently. Cursed trying to get behind them and compact this team into the corner. He's going in for a fight with Frustrator. Oh no, Leopard and Adrift, they were caught off guard there. And it's all going to go wrong for them on a potential offense. The ball's in the back corner. The Code Magic going to try and get a forward position on this one, buy some time for an easy walk up with the ball.
Yeah, knuckle sandwich from Jetton is able to get both of those 2 long-range brawlers down quite easily and gives Code Magic Purple an opportunity to attack here. KC playing a bit conservatively here, trying to get a shot in there, takes it, but can't get it in. Frustrator and Adrift are going to be able to push back. Jetton now not able to make his way into the goal thanks to that super from Sprout.
Going to take some damage on the way out as well. Hasn't got his own super to mitigate some of this damage, so will go down and kill any hopes of a push for Code Magic Purple. Have to get these frags before they can move on. There's no one beefy on the side of Zero Zone who can walk this one in while enemies are on the board.
Leopard is playing a really clever game here, just trying to bait KC into making an attack, and then as soon as it gets close, dropping that super and pushing him all the way back. There's kind of no way to get the goal in as long as Leopard is up on the side that CMP is trying to attack. It's going to be a real long game, and CMP, whoa, are making a sneaky play here. There's no super to defend. Leopard can't get it off, and Curse gets the goal.
How did they let that happen, Woody? Zero Zone seemed to have all the control there, and Curse just walked in behind them. How did they let it happen? What?
The
What is going
equalizer
on?
from Adrift, a super shot straight past the goal line, and it's now tied up 1-1.
2 goals that shouldn't have existed, Woody, have just appeared back to back.
Where's the third going to come from? As our time ticks down, we will soon go into overtime where all the boxes will be destroyed. I'll give a clearer shot, and I gotta say, maybe an advantage for Code Magic Purple. We still have the ability to deploy obstacles from Leopard, but it's a pretty smooth sailing hit if we can get those heavy range brawlers to dish out that damage close range. Ooh, they're not looking too healthy.
Great
though.
shots
Wow,
there. They've got an
super
open
shot
goal.
in, and
They're
that's
passing
it.
it to Adrift. And he's going to be able to get that goal in. So Adrift will walk away with the victory for his team. Zero Zone get game number 1 and move closer to getting a 2-1 scoreline in this series.
Well, Zero Zone just shut me right up. Great job to them. That open range made it a lot easier, I think, for that Brock to get the damage in and get the killing blow on their opponents without any enemies to stop them on their victorious march toward the goal line. Well done to them. Victory for Zero Zone in that first game of set number 3.
We got 20 seconds remaining before we jump into our next round, and maybe Code Magic Purple starting to see that they should have brought the Sprout this time around to make sure that they can compete and put up some walls of their own. Maybe shut down some of the silly goals we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, you know, I was really surprised to see Code Magic Purple give up a goal so easily after putting a really impressive performance there on the line. But that goes to show you just how quickly a game like Brawl Ball can go when some of the obstacles have already been destroyed between that kickoff point and the goal. If you just get out of position for just a few seconds, a really clever player like Adrift can run in there, fire off a super from pretty much mid-range, get the goal and tie it up.
Well, let's go into our second map, see if anything changes. The B, the Brock, and the Sprout. And Brock, B, and B going in. So slight adaptations, but still not banking on the Sprout.
Yeah, not leaning too heavily on it. Still long-range brawlers, both B and Brock there, getting those shots off. Adrift trying to make his way in, but can't find that angle. Really low hit points on a long-range brawler like Adrift, so you got to be very careful.
You were talking about angles?
That shot. Oh yeah, I was talking about angles. You know, it's tough to get that angle off, but somehow he managed to do it. Doesn't have very many hit points on a brawler like B, so he has to be very careful about when he takes that shot.
Yeah, so he was able to get that first goal in and give the lead over to Zero Zone right now as he's looking to find goal number 2. The Incendiary picks up B on the back line. Nice little pirouette around the damage. He's going to be able to look for Jeton. There's an open goal on the left-hand side. Slots it straight in. What a dominant round coming in for Zero Zone, and they will go 2-1 in this series as they take Brawl Ball and catch Code Magic Purple off guard.
That angle becomes a lot easier with that Rocket Rain super coming in from Frustrator. It actually wasn't even necessary on that first goal.
Yeah.
You saw Adrift was able to get it in even past those boxes, but on the second goal, just so easy to pass it right into that little corner spot after that Brock Super has been able to take a couple boxes down. So nice job there to Zero Zone. It looked like Code Magic was starting to close this match back up, but Zero Zone pulling ahead after match number 3.
So yeah, 2-1 scoreline in favor of the newcomers, looking to take down our number 2 ranked team globally, I believe, but certainly high up in Europe as well. So Code Magic Purple really starting to feel the threat of an unexpected challenger in the Brawl Stars Championship.
That's right, Trid. And there's going to be 3 teams from the European and Middle Eastern region that will advance to the World Finals. Code Magic Purple, SK Gaming, and Clash are all within 20 points of each other, up there at the very top of the leaderboard. So they're all very close, vying for that position. It's going to be difficult for Zero Zone to slot up into that spot, but they do have a foothold with 40 points already They'll just need to continue the performance that we've seen this month into the months to come if they're going to be able to kick out one of those top 3 giants.
Some assembly required is our next stop in this series as we move over to Siege, and it's 2-1 scoreline match point, if you will, for Zero Zone. It's a good spot to be in. They know they've got to end up facing, regardless of this outcome, they have to take down Clash EU next game as well. So this is going to be a good warm-up to acclimatize them to the level of competition they're going to have to bring when it comes to taking down Clash.
Hey, they said that they can fight with the best, and so why not be, facing off against 2 of the top 3 teams from the European region? Zero Zone is going to be starting off with more bolts. Looks like they will get the first bot here with a relatively heavy comp. Both Frank and BD getting some heavy swinging action in here right off the bat.
We saw how powerful Sprout defenses can be, though, using your walls to be able to make the Siege bot path differently. But that's why I love what Leopard did. He made Cursed, he forced him out of the fight so he couldn't come back and use a correct pathing here on a choke point. And instead, the bot is now going to come through and get so much damage for Zero Zone.
Yeah, bit of a risky play there from Leopard trying to charge in alongside that bot. Couldn't quite get the payoff he was looking for, but still over half the hit points peeled off that Ike, and Code Magic Purple are now in dire straits trying to catch back up on this Bolt score. Another Ike could be the end of it for them. They probably need to get the next 2 Ikes if they want to win this game. Not going to be easy, though, with Zero Zone holding on to the center and denying access to so many bolts. That's going to be the second Siege in favor of the blue team. Another Siege bot is going to be marching.
Level 6 coming in, and Curse goes down. Maybe he's back in time to get that correct wall placement on to try and buy the most efficient amount of time for his team. Jetton doing everything he can there to try and delay it with the batting stance strike. There's going to be connection regardless. They're all in here. There's no HP. That's Zero Zone moving one step closer to victory.
And not even a single hit by Code Magic. Zero Zone looking so strong in that first game. Code Magic have got to really be racking their brains trying to figure out what sort of changes to the comp can they make to be able to come back at this point.
I honestly don't have the answer, Woody. I wish I did. Maybe I'd be in the Brawl Stars Championship if I did have the answer. It's certainly something that the Code Magic Purple players are going to have to figure out. This is about 20 seconds before we jump into our next matchup, and it's tough because even now, if you come with a 3-2 scoreline, if you're Code Magic Purple, you can balance out the scores so that if you free, as long as, I'm trying to work this out, as long as Zero Zone beats Clash in a 3-0 format, for example, or 3-0 scoreline, it means that Code Magic can, in theory, still win, I believe. But you're relying on a lot here if you're Code Magic, right? You can't be taken down to the wire like this to be able to come up with the victory. It's still possible, though.
Yeah, you always want to take matters into your own hands. When you're down like this, you're not trying to calculate whether or not you can lose and still somehow turn out a victory in the end. You're always trying to get that next game on the board. That's what I've heard from players time and time again. They're not even worried about the set, much less worried about the match. They're always focused on the very next game. You can't devote any of your attention to anything besides winning right now.
Well, Leopard's going to use that stun from Frank, and that's another pick we're seeing coming out as Casey's going to jump onto that pick as well. Adrift, using the wall, actually use it to cut off reinforcements rather than delay the bot. All in all, still a solid defense, only losing about 24% of their HP. They're able to get some trading back in their own favor as well, but Cursed has caught Adrift as he tries to leave the spawn room. That's really difficult for them to try and get any kind of bolt economy going and get back into this map.
And yet it still is looking like it could go either way. The next siege is going to be going off in 5 seconds. Who's going to get the bolt advantage? It looks like Code Magic Purple will be able to pull it off. They're going to be getting that second siege bot set up, and it's looking like they've got a very strong lead now going into the final stages of this game. Zero Zone been struggling to get that bolt score stacked up. They will need a really good defense and to reclaim center and to get that third and final bolt victory over Code Magic Purple if they want to have a shot, but there's still hope.
Got a nice bank from the failed last attempts with that siege. So you're in a good spot right now. Leopard pulls the trigger earlier than KC, so we'll get the super off and cancel his, buying that mid space to maintain the control they need to start capitalizing on the ball. But it's a great trade coming in. KC drops the super on top of Leopard again. Not enough damage to kill him. Frustrator comes in with the sweep for reinforcements. This last siege looking like it's going to go the way of Zero Zone, but they have to make it count, Woody.
Frustrator does manage to pull it off, a 7-5 bolt lead, and it's the final attack from Zero Zone. 20 seconds left as Code Magic Purple are going to be playing defense now, trying to keep that Ike score above 44% damage. That is the crucial point that they have to keep it above. Otherwise, Zero Zone is going to take this set and the match. Here it goes.
Oh, the connection.
There it is!
They're able to do it, Woody! Cursed tried to go for that final shot just before the last offense to get every last ounce of damage in, but it did not matter in the end. Zero Zone able to walk out with the victory and a fantastic debut to the Brawl Stars Championship.
Congratulations to Zero Zone. Really, really well played in their first showing here, taking down Code Magic Purple, one of the best teams in the world and certainly the top ranked in the European region. Very well done to them and a well-fought battle to both teams. We're going to continue to see more of these two teams in the months to come. I'm certain of that. But Zero Zone are your champions from this match number 5.
Consistent pattern across the board in nearly all of these matches. Code Magic dealing more damage, but Zero Zone still coming out on top because, I don't know, they're just capitalizing more on the output. They're converting that damage into success more than Code Magic are.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Shred. Well done to Zero Zone. Next up, they're going to be facing off against Clash. Clash and Code Magic Purple having a really close neck-and-neck race in that first match of this region, so expect it to be just as close in this match number 6, the last one that we'll have today. Of course, there's going to be more Brawl Stars action tomorrow, so stay tuned for additional details on that front, and we hope to see some more Brawl in action very shortly.
As we're taking a look at the final stat card for Zero Zone there, so not the most amount of damage. Didn't go on as long as the million damage game we saw for our first match of Europe, but it's enough. Zero Zone have done enough to get themselves on the board. Code Magic, they'll be going out in 3rd place today, unable to win a single match. Falcone, he'll go into that in more detail though.
I am amazed by Zero Zone, who have come out of nowhere. There's me looking at Clash and Code Magic as two of the best teams in Brawl Stars. They come in, they throw Code Magic to the side. But of course, it's time to celebrate our most valuable player, which is going to be Adri FD for this previous match. Adri has, there he is, with his Sprout being a very freaking pig. Maybe that's a big reason for the success. The new brawler, Sprout, not banned this time, was able to do some serious work. Adri has been playing Brawl Stars for only a year and a half, but really is showing that he is one of the best, as it does get hit by the tram there, but we saw a nice little bounce shot, really utilizing Sprout, who is a very high skill cap, but incredibly powerful brawler. As we're going to see a nice, smooth little goal going in as well with the B spinning around there. Adri seems full of confidence, that's for certain. And again, finally in the siege matches, you see him from a distance, taking out brawlers, dealing damage to the Ike, doing all of the good stuff. But Zero Zone are not finished yet, as there is one brawl left today. As there is the bracket update, we see Code Magic Purple is in last, having lost both of their matches. So it's Clash of the Titans. There you go, going to use that one again. That's the second time today. Clash of the Titans now between Clash and Zero Zone. Oh, and I cannot wait for this match. This one should be close. And if Zero Zone take it away, we're going to see a new champion in Europe. Zero Zone represented by Frustrator, Eric, Adri FD, and Leopard. And this is a very cool team. We're going to just talk about them for a moment as this video pops up. All of the players on Zero Zone admit that they would like iChaos from Clash to join their team. If they could add anyone in the world, it would be iChaos from Clash. Clash, who they are about to play against, iChaos being on Clash's team. Clearly, these players have a lot of respect for each other, so this really should be some top-tier gameplay. On the other side of things, it's Clash EU, represented once again by Trevor, Guille, iMuniz, and iChaos. And Clash EU mean business. They're about efficiency, intelligence, experience, and skill. iChaos is all about competition. Although none of the players have competed before Brawl, it's cool that they finally found a game to scratch that itch. They recently performed in the Red Bull MEO, and I'm not going to spoil the result as I don't believe it's been broadcast yet, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Let's see if that continues today.
Thanks very much, Falcone. Good to be back here with you, Ark. We have got our 6th and final match of the day coming up shortly between Clash, a really strong contender that has been at the top of the European leaderboards for the entire series so far this year, and Zero Zone making their debut performance and knocking back Code Magic Purple. What do you think of this upcoming match?
Double M's bans, Woody. Double M's bans. I mean, you know what that means. Sprout on the cards, BB, Gene, a lot of very strong brawlers potentially to see. I've got to say, Zero Zone, bit of an upset, I think, for many today to see that happen. And considering how close the matches were between Clash and Code Magic, I am really looking forward to things to come. Steak Prairie is the first map bounty, the game mode up next, and really keen to see what Zero Zone brings to the table against Clash.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which is going to be the third brawler that will join Bo and Tara on this map, and also whether or not these teams are going to be taking that more aggressive start, or if they're going to be starting back at their own spawn area to charge those supers up first. That first star doesn't really seem like it makes a whole lot of a difference, but it can really set the momentum for the entire game going forward.
Yeah, I really liked the strategy that we saw earlier today from Code Magic, just kind of rushing the spawn at the beginning and getting that bow gadget totem just taken out really, really quickly. You know, you're kind of expecting your team, the team that you're facing against, rather, to kind of sit back and just and gain that super. So I just really like that, and I'm curious to see whether we'll see that again happening with these two teams.
It's like a bit of a game of chicken, right? If you think that your opponents are going to go charge straight in there, you would want to go charge in there too. But if you think that your opponents are more likely to get charged up, well, you got to get charged up too, or else they're just going to wipe your team out.
Exactly that. And look here, already seeing Clash going on the offensive as are Zero Zone. So actually, both these teams placing that bow gadget down comes in the way of Clash with that takedown, giving them 1-star lead then over Zero Zone, who did pick up the middle star.
All right, a cautious follow-up from both of these teams. They're going to stay on their own side of the map. A little bit of poking in here. You're going to see the Brock from Clash actually going to be able to use his super to clear out most of the bushes over there on the left side of the map. Didn't actually finish off the entirety of it, so you see him firing off that incendiary shot to try to finish off the remainder of any possibility of an attack over on the left side. A sneaky hit from Leopard that will get the kill, and Guille goes down. Equalizer from Zero Zone as they actually pull 1-star ahead now.
I love that play from Leopard, being very cautious and patient and just waiting for that incendiary to wear off, and took Clash by surprise. The super was spot on, and now it's Zero Zone with the advantage. Another super from Leopard as well, not quite able to finalize the kill and just avoiding that mine there to hold Zero Zone in the lead, and Frustrated just clearing that left-hand side fully now to ensure that no one slips through from Clash.
We now do have a full break in those bushes, so there's no way to sneak through without the opposing team being aware of it. We've got a totem still up on the Zero Zone side of the map, and they're going to defend hard against this upcoming attack. iChaos gets walloped, and Leopard, the MVP of this game with 4 stars, is looking really strong to clinch victory.
I can't believe Trevor survived that moment there. It's so weak, and more supers going down, raining down on Clash. Oh my goodness me. It's
wow.
Whoa. Almost Trevor able to stay alive. It's not going to make the difference, and Zero Zone coming out really strong in that first game. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, hats off to Trevor. If there was going to be some way to make that happen, he was playing his part, to be sure. But Leopard had just gotten so many kills earlier on in that game that there was no way for Clash to make the comeback happen. Zero Zone victorious in game number 1 against Clash EU.
For me, Clash needs to definitely spend a lot of time keeping an eye on Leopard. He's very sneaky playing Tara in this particular map of Snake Prairie. And, I think that, if Clash don't pay attention to that, then, a couple of supers here and supers there, and they're going to be struggling for this next round.
Yeah, well, game number 2 is going to be coming up very shortly. Do you expect to see any brawler swaps here?
It's difficult to say. I think for me, this is a really solid comp. I wouldn't change, but then again, it might go in Clash's favor being a game down to mix something up, to take Zero Zone by surprise and to not be too predictable. I think that might go into their favor. I'm not really too sure what that brawler could be. We know that Guille is very good playing Piper and very accurate at getting those last-minute kills, so that would probably be where I would be leaning towards personally.
That's true. Do you think that there's any chance of seeing Max at all on this map?
Oh, you know what? That is not a bad shout. I mean, combining Max with like a Rosa and a Shelly, we haven't really seen since the implementation of gadgets and Bo's gadget being such a prominent factor in this map, and Tara's especially as well. I think he could be onto something there, Woody. I don't know whether these teams though are going to pick up on that same idea.
Well, I would trust their judgment way more than mine, but nevertheless, we'll see what we have coming up next. We got to see some sort of mix-up here from Clash EU if they're going to be able to keep their heads above water for this first set. Bounty is a really crucial game mode here, and so we'll get a chance to see who's going to take it on. It's going to be Brock on both sides, once again using that incendiary to try to deny access whenever those bushes are still up.
Okay, so low does go down as well already. Zero Zone in the lead. Clash just kind of hunkering down and hoping, I guess, that their supers are going to be able to pull them through. But the lead now is with Zero Zone, who are going to be breaking up the map, looking to shut down visibility or sort of invisibility in that respect. And Gear with the super pop of that gadget there, Leopard with the return. And now everyone can see everyone. EA goes down the lead even more so of Zero Zone now.
Ooh, clever hop there from Frustrator, able to deny the damage from that bow mine. But wow, taking quite a few hits here. Zero Zone are now in quite a bit of trouble as the firepower is really starting to heat up from Clash EU. They don't manage to get any of those brawlers down though, so even though they've been spreading the damage thick, it's actually been pretty widespread and hasn't been able to narrow down on any one particular brawler. Only 2 stars for Clash as we're in our last minute now and their last chance to keep this win on the board.
I gotta say, I'm loving these big brain plays from Zero Zone. So much going on. Adri just using mines to just really force Clash's hand, keeping them towards the Zero Zone spawn. Frustrated jumping away from Guille's super pop. And this is a fantastic sight to see such competence from a newcomer against Clash, who are, arguably one of the strongest teams in Europe, Woody.
Ooh, Leopard's really getting cornered there, gets taken down, and that's giving Clash EU an opening here. If they can just take out Frustrator, that's a tie game now. One more kill could actually put them in the lead. Guille forced back, though, not going to be able to support this attack as he's really low on hit points, but a draw is a good result for Clash EU, behind by so many stars until just this last few seconds of the game.
Wow, I mean, it was cutting it fine. I've got to say, I felt personally that Zero Zone were in control for the majority of that game and showed a lot of signs of good control, but Clash did bring it back. They did equalize and now might be questioning again the comp, or they might just carry on and hope that they've learned from these past mistakes, as a draw would indicate that is on the cards.
Yeah, you definitely saw more kills from the Zero Zone team, but Clash only needed those last 2 at the very end to catch up, thanks to how many stars were stacked up on Leopard. Really clever hits during the early and mid game from that Tara, but getting caught out of position and then cornered at the end there was no way to escape that Rocket Rain arc.
Yeah, and Leopard's been performing super, super well. Getting a high bounty is a blessing. It's also a curse if at the end the pinch is there and your teammates just unfortunately aren't able to support you. It's going to turn the tide, and that's what we've seen. And Clash now with a small area of breathing space to try to kind of like claw themselves back and could even take the lead in this first set.
All right, well, let's see how things go in our replayed game number 2, a really close neck-and-neck match so far between Zero Zone and Clash, but if I had to tip one side or the other, I'd say that Zero Zone has got to be the newcomers who have got my heart.
Yeah, I think we've got many people's hearts today. I think the knocking out of Code Magic today opened up some eyes to Zero Zone being potentially a very serious competitor here, as this is the first time that we've really seen them on the stage. They have been obviously doing well in the qualifying rounds and just not quite making the mark, but today is a great opportunity for them. They've got to be in good spirits now. Yeah, and it kind of bears mentioning that you can do really, really well in those qualifiers and just not make it to the championship at the end of the month. You can get really far in and only 10-20 points, but making it to this monthly championship gives you an opportunity to score so many points onto that leaderboard. So now that they've finally broken past that barrier, I expect to see them many times in the months to come. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be looking to just continue this this same path, and it's a great team they've been putting together. And I actually play on ladder with Frustrator quite a lot, so I know him well, and he's a very accomplished player. The takedowns goes down there, Leopard on 4 stars, but again, is that going to go against Zero Zone in the grand scheme of things, having such a high bounty there? And Zero Zone definitely take down Trevor. Oh, the mine shot. All 3 mines triggered, and iChaos has walked right into the bear trap. Nicely done there by Adri FD, setting those up in that choke spot right over there on the right side of the map. The gadget pop then by Guille will reveal Zero Zone to Clash now. Guille will be sneaking closer and closer to try to get that super suck now. Taking down a member of Zero Zone could be disastrous for Leopard, who's playing calm, but the super on the jump from Frustrator again. So Guille loses that super, but the pinch is strong, and Zero Zone in trouble here. All 3 of those Zero Zone brawlers stacked up on that bottom left corner in a really tricky spot here. Guille has been able to apply fantastic pressure, and just one super shot could be able to take down all 3 of them. A nice kill from Chaos finishes off Adri, and that's going to be a 9 to 7 star advantage now for Clash. They are going to be on the defense now, going back to their spawn. Can they stay safe for 3 more seconds? It looks like they'll take the win. Wow, then Clash coming back strong and actually will take this first set. A bit of a turnaround. It looked like from the beginning that Zero Zone had this under control, and a few mistakes here and there, and a big change as to what was looking to be quite a straightforward first set for Zero Zone. Have Clash finally figured out the secret sauce to take down Zero Zone? A loss, then a draw, now a win. The pendulum is really starting to swing back in their favor. The last game of this set will be coming up very shortly. Let's get it underway. Wow, my goodness me, then. It is all to play for, then. A lot of franticness going on here. Both teams looking to get early exchanges. Yeah, shots on top and bottom, but it's going to be first blood for the blue team, and a return fire from Guille able to grab that kill and keep them ahead now 6 to 2 stars. A nice, almost decisive advantage for Clash this early in a match. Really hard for Zero Zone to come back at this point. They're both charging up their supers in that bow totem, and we'll start kind of the mid-game section of this game very soon. Yeah, the gadget of bow slowing down the pace, as we've seen time and time again here on Snake Prairie, and it does play a big role. Having your super can allow you to just put so much pressure on the opposition and force them into corners which they wouldn't otherwise want to be. And Leopard going in with super here. Whoa! Take down IKS, beautifully done. Will retreat now, but can't retreat too far because at the end of the day, Zero Zone are still in the lead. They need to go back now on the aggressive. They're going to go for the totem, it seems, but I think they could have kept on that aggression, in my opinion, there. Yeah, it seems like either they weren't fully aware of the star deficit that they still had, or they were feeling unconfident playing against their opponent's bushes like that with the respawn there. Guille has been playing really, really well, and with all 3 players up on that top side, I think that Zero Zone weren't feeling too confident to keep the pressure up, but that might have cost them the game here, Art. I just felt like Leopard probably had one shot away from earning another super and could have just pinched the left side. Now going in on Trevor, forced back though from that incendiary star power. Leopard's gonna have to get a pull here. Guille's pulling first though, it seems, and Guille's pull is definitely better, giving Clash a great Frustrator gets the kill. It's not enough, and Clash will take it.
Wow, a match that started off seeming so strong for Zero Zone. They almost pulled off a 2-0 victory, but forced into a draw, and then with their backs against the wall 2 in a row for the reverse sweep, Clash EU have pulled it off. But this match is not over. New fans of Zero Zone and old fans alike have got their hopes on the remaining sets. We've got a best of 5 here, so keep your eyes peeled for what's to come. As we're looking back on that last match, that last set, whether we actually see more kills from Zero Zone and more stars overall. So really interesting that Clash actually took the win there. Even though they got fewer stars overall, it seems like they got the stars when they needed them most.
Yeah, very interesting statistics there. And one thing to say about Bounty is it's one of those game modes where things can turn around in the blink of an eye. And I'm sure many teams will prefer game modes which require more attention and focus around holding a position or an objective over a prolonged period of time, as there's less kind of RNG involved, less more maneuvering in terms of room for error. Factory Rush, though, up next. Siege. This could be a game mode which might open up more of an even playing field in that respect to show their skill and demonstrate that over a longer period of time.
Yeah, fair enough. Snake Prairie is a fun map, but it gets a bit complicated, and you got to make a lot of predictive shots because there's so much bush coverage here. With Factory Rush, it's a little bit more of a straight-up fisticuffs fight, both teams shoving into the middle and doing their best to hold on to that center control, hoping that those bolts spawn in advantageous spots. But ultimately, they've got their battle plan. They kind of know what to expect. They'll be able to see their opponents for most of the time, and it's just going to be a matter of who has the better synergy.
Yep, and we're going to see for sure a very different brawler comp, maybe even Sprout. Not sure that it would be my first go-to pick, but definitely maybe a Brock to break up that defensive line so the bot can get a closer line to the Ike. And yeah, this is going to make the gameplay feel a lot different from the previous game mode.
All right, well, let's get into it. Game number 1 of the second set. Clash EU leading on a 1-0 score. Frustrator dodging that first shot, but letting iChaos get the first bolt. That's going to be an advantage for Team Red. We're seeing an overall heavier comp from Zero Zone, playing both BB and Frank, shoving back into their Ike turn rates. But Adri is going to provide a little bit of that long-range offense to worry about. They're able to fire and provide that blocking defense.
Really important takedowns. Almost got a second kill as well on the pack, and that's like a big difference for this Clash. Just taking a bit of the wind out of the sails early on. Leopard might even be able to save his super here. I think he will do. See if Zero Zone can back control quicker, but not a bad Zero Zone. Just needs to get back this area control to try to get the third.
Yeah, pretty position. Nice dodge by Trevor using that gadget to hop out of Frank's super rate. You're going to gain that advantage, but it's a pretty thin one, and they didn't get any damage off their first spot. Can they get some swings in here with 11 lives?
I'm a little bit worried for Zero Zone here. Only 3 bolts banked as now those 3, and even if they are to defend this successfully, it's going to be very difficult to get really the final push, and it's going to have to be 100% here. Oh, they have to go for some damage now. Frustrated will have to get a BB ball or something. This is looking a pretty precarious position now for Zero Zone.
You got to figure that whatever next siege bot's going in, it's going to deal at least 18% damage. So it's all coming down to this final siege, where those bolts spawn and who is going to have control of the middle of the map. It looks like Zero Zone is making a comeback now. They're behind in bolts, but they're holding onto the center pretty well. GA goes down, and that's going to be another bolt that Zero Zone is going to be able to steal from Clash EU. Can they get it up? No! 6 bolts for Clash, and that is going to be the final siege bot for them. Looks like Clash have got this in the bag.
Yeah, Zero Zone needs to get some damage, and even if they do, they're going to be at the wrong end of the field because that level 6 bot, although it's not quite your preferred color of purple, but it did go down the map quickly, and Clash will take it. Close at the end, though, to be fair.
Yeah, incredibly close. You actually saw Zero Zone grab that 6th bolt just a couple seconds late. That wouldn't have been enough to get the bot on their side, but you could really tell that this is an extremely even match. two teams are so closely positioned in terms of skill. And look, if past this prelude, don't expect the team that gets the first win to take the set necessarily. We saw Clash make the comeback happen. Zero Zone performed very well in that first game, and they could certainly make it happen as well in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, for me, though, Zero Zone definitely do need to make a change right now. Is kind of like that kind of point where it can go either way in terms of your mentality. If they take another loss and Clash take this set, then it might not be the best of things in terms of their mindsets.
All right, well, here we go. First bull right side of the map. So that's where GA and Trevor gets their firepower. Not able to take down Frustrator. That's going to be a bolt lead for the Zero Zone guys, but control of the mid has been decisively claimed now by Clash. Two of their opponents and able to get that middle control. They'll get the first siege bot as well and start that momentum.
They're looking comfortable. They really do find themselves at home in area control. It's definitely their specialty, and already looking so not really going in to get too much damage on this first push, just holding that mid and just taking down Zero Zone, who seems to be pushing as not as a team. Leopard on that left hand side there gets taken down by Chaos, and this is going to be very hard now for his teammates to push back.
Extremely impressive damage right off that first siege bot. Only level 3, but able to get 45% damage off of the Ike, and able to push back the enemy brawlers and deny them a chance to contend for the middle of the map. Clash EU looking once again to get the next bot, but maybe not after all. It looks like Zero Zone have been able to push into the enemy range and even hold on to the center now. They got a level 5 siege bot and have finally found that counterpunch that they've been waiting so long to deliver.
I actually feel there as if Zero Zone couldn't actually stop that bolt from being banked. Otherwise, they may have decided to leave this round, but a lot of damage going in nonetheless. I just feel like if they'd been able to just hold off this round and keep the control, then they'd have an even bigger opportunity to finalize this in the next round. But still, look at this amount of pinching going on between Leopard and Adri, and the map is just completely cornered off. This could be another bot here for Zero Zone winning.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chaos being forced to go the long way around, but that's going to be it. The match is over. Zero Zone have snuck in and got some additional damage in on the Clash Ike, and that's going to do it. Zero Zone have tied up this game, or this set rather, with a game number 2 win.
I thought there was another bot to come. There was not. Zero Zone just did exactly what they needed to do at the right time and give themselves a bit of space to kind of like think through now how to approach the next time round. But yeah, I mean, they don't seem, for me, though, to be as comfortable as Clash look right now.
Poor Robot's going to be sitting back out on the sideline saying, hey, guys, I thought I was going to get a chance to move in and finish it off. But no, Zero Zone and Clash are now tied up 1-1. This is why we have these best-of-3 matches. Give these teams a chance to make that comeback happen. The reverse sweep is so beautiful to see. Can Zero Zone get this series tied up? They'll need the win right now to make it happen.
Yeah, it's always the way with a draw in the first round, and it can really give one team the advantage, and it definitely went in the favor there of Zero Zone. And I just feel like at the moment Clash are demonstrating more control. They're more relaxed, and they're not making as many mistakes. But a bit of a comp change, though. Trevor going with the Rosa pick. How do you feel about that, Woody?
I'm not a huge fan of Rosa on this map, but I guess we'll see if she can work wonders. She's been able to get some plant life deployed over there on the right side of the map, so be able to hide around in those bushes and heal back up could give an advantage in the long term to Clash. I don't see any great way for Zero Zone to be able to knock those bushes down, so that could give a long-term late game advantage to Clash EU. Let's see if they're able to leverage it, though, as it looks like Zero Zone are on their way to the first siege bot here, far and ahead now, holding out of control of the center in the early game.
Yeah, this has been a great round for Zero Zone. It's got to be said. Just going out and they might even get this on the first push if they can keep this up. But it does seem now like Trevor's full health got super, and Guille can't be far off getting super.
Oh,
it's coming back fast. Yeah, like the deficit now is not nearly as much as it was when I started talking.
Wow. Oh, it looks almost like Clash was willing to let Zero Zone get that first siege bot. They had some bolts on the field and they didn't go for them, instead opting to allow that level 10 come in to guarantee that they'll get the last laugh.
I like the strategy. It's something that we don't see nearly as often as I think that we should. Teams giving the lead, giving the round to another player can be a good thing. And look here, though, Zero Zone putting a ton of damage down.
Not rewarded this time. Clash EU did their best to hold off that siege bot, but level 10 is something heavy to have to keep off. Look, it was a risky gambit, didn't pay off this time, but kudos to them for making that attempt. I think that when it's all said and done, though, you gotta say that probably would have been better to go ahead and just grab that siege bot when in doubt.
It's a tough call, Woody. It really is. That's the thing. That's why it's such a high-risk maneuver that we don't see too often, but it can really go in your favor if done correctly. But the amount of splash damage, though, for me, that Leopard was able to deal playing Penny on that left lane, and here we see as well, like the damage dealt was definitely more in Zero Zone's favor, despite the number of kills being much more in Clash's favor, as well as the bolts. Crazy.
Yeah, the numbers will tell one story, but the win of the match will go to whomever plays the objective better. And in that case, it was Zero Zone EU. Clash willing to let that siege bot slide, but it was able to get the final blow at the end. Let's go on to our set number 3, though. Now we're going to be going into pit stop now. It's a heist game mode, so whoever busts up that safe first is going to win it all. Which sort of brawlers do you expect? Actually, never mind. We're going to see very soon. It's going to be a relatively heavy comp. We're going to have a Daryl, BB, and Nita on the bottom for Zero Zone.
I was going to say exactly that. That actually was. For me, Nita and BB here, it is definitely the staple diet of comp, and then you can kind of add to that the flavor that you feel best. And Zero Zone obviously feeling that Daryl goes well with that. Actually surprised to see that Clash are not running BB. That is actually kind of a surprise to me.
Now, what makes BB so powerful in this? I know that Nita's Hyper can just deal a ton of damage in a really short amount of time, but where's BB's strength?
That balance change is much more unpredictable and a much more a vengeful force to be reckoned with, and positioning-wise, you can kind of just maneuver and hurt the opposition to where you want them to be for your teammates, and the knockback and the super bouncing on the safe. But look at this. Having said that, as BB is a good brawler, Hyper Bear, go for Clash. My goodness me, blink and you missed it. Nita, dominant there. Wow.
Ursa Major shines bright in the sky. That Hyper Bear dealt a ton of damage and gave the first victory to Clash EU. Who said that they need a BB? Not them. Delivering that killer blow right off the bat and giving them the edge now in set number 3.
Yeah, it seems all you need is that Nita pick right now and a small window of opportunity to connect with the safe. And my goodness me, Hyper Bear does just show no mercy. Yeah, I mean, and the gadget as well, I've got to say for Nita, it is by far one of the strongest currently in the meta. So Nita definitely up there now as being a really strong brawler pick for Heist.
Yeah, a few Liverpudlians once said that all you need is love, but it seems in this Brawl Ball match, all you need is Nita. That Hyper Bear dealing out most of the damage on that safe and giving them a decisive lead. I don't know. Are they going to swap out in favor of BB, or do you think that Rico setup was working to their advantage?
I really personally love playing Rico in Heist. I think he's kind of like underrated in that respect, and you can just have so much control of your lane. As long as you don't lose lane, then you're able to provide a lot of pressure for your team and kind of, again, herd your opponents where you want them to go. So I don't think personally, but Clash do mix things up. You never know.
All right, it's both Rico and Barley. The dual robot's going to be dishing out a ton of damage now, hoping to keep Zero Zone at bay. They're going to have a bit of a difficult spot here trying to defend early on, but it looks like they managed to do it, keeping all of those bowlers away from the few shots and they're moving in. He dropped the super on that enemy, safe, 87%. He'll continue to apply more firepower after finishing off Audrey at the top.
Zero Zone just not able to really kind of make a mark at the moment and just kind of feel, to me, a little bit loose and uncertain of themselves in this game. Clash pushing very much together as a united front, and Trevor with Bear now going on the save, but blocked nicely by Zero Zone. That was nicely done by
Oh! He goes into the corner now. He's not looking to stay alive long, but he's looking to get a ton of damage out. Drops his gadget right before going down, and that enemy save is going to be down to 36%. A huge advantage for Clash EU, as they are really giving us a masterclass in playing this heist game mode arc.
Yeah, a lot of damage going in there. I don't think Clash got the bear off there, so this could be a chance here if Zero Zone can just kind of stay calmer, more collected. Down goes actually to the left hand. Spoke too soon, but they do need to hold themselves better if they're going to be able to get more than just that little measly 7% of damage.
You get holed up in a little corner like that, and that bounce damage from the Rico shots will tear you to ribbons. Well into Rico, dropping another gadget right on top of the stage for maximum. Clash EU in the most dominant sets that we've seen all day have whooped up on Zero Zone and will take a 2-1 set score lead now.
I mean, it's the game mode for Clash. It seems like they look so incredibly comfortable there, and Zero Zone just not able to really kind of get their rhythm that we've seen today that's been working for them, and they're going to have to rethink things through. There's not much time now to turn it around. It'd be nice to go to the 5th and final set, but, you know, Clash are in their heads. You can't deny that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the damage differential here. Over twice as much damage dealt by Clash. Just those long-range shots from Rico and being able to fire over the wall with Barley was just so super valuable here. And with a Robo Retreat star power as well on Rico, you can't reach him. Even if you get a hit or two off on him, he's going to run away faster than you can catch up when you're playing a close-range brawler like BB. And so it just seemed like there was very little that Zero Zone could even do to make the comeback happen in that set. So can they make it happen? They'll need 2 in a row. The last 2 game modes are going to be Gem Grab and potentially Brawl Ball to finish off.
Yeah, a penalty kick I would love to see go to that map, just purely because Sprout can be such a force on that particular map, and very comical in the process being able to pocket the ball. But not nonetheless, Hard Rock Mine up first. We might even see Rico make an appearance again. He's quite good in this map.
All right, well, let's hop into it. We've got game number 1 coming up, and I don't see Rico on either team composition, but Sprout is coming back into the action for Zero Zone here now.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Trevor going with the that could be the winning for Clash. Actually, he's going to put a lot of pressure on that left. Keep an eye on the boot that there.
We'll be playing B, so that's some big heavy action over there on the right side of the map to keep an eye on. First, the team collapse around this side. Clash is going to be taking the early lead as the gym up and keeping heavy pressure over there on the left side. Trevor punch, not able to take down Leopard though, and Clash are going to be forced to if they can't. Wow, actually, iChaos is going in hard paint, takes down Adrift, and it's going to make this a 2v2 after all.
Yeah, I like Leopard's position. Good use it as well. Down again, that Laiv power is going very much in the hands of Trevor, and I feel like Adrift needs to really kind of break up those bushes on that left-hand side there to really kind of expose Trevor more. At the moment, Clash with 8 gems are really close to countdown now. I like that super place. This is going to be cutting it fine for Zero Zone, if you ask me.
Ooh, getting really low down, 40 hit points, and he's really back up. Wants to get back into the action anytime soon. A gem to Trevor over the left side of the map, and he was able to pick one off. Just a 10th gem. And that countdown started. Here it goes, a team wipe, and Clash EU are on the path to victory.
It just goes to show one tiny misclick, and it can just affect your entire team. And that super placement that Adrift did just didn't quite protect Leopard enough. And
it's
now,
not over. It's not over. I'm not sure why, but we just saw Trevor give away all of his gems to Zero Zone, and now back contention. Zero Zone actually have the countdown going in their favor, and if they get this 11th gem, it might not be possible for Clash to catch up. They might need to get the kill on That's going to be it. Zero from the jaws of defeat have pulled off the victory. Wow.
What? I didn't see that back. I don't know how that happened. It looked like to me that Clash were comfortably on countdown and ready to kind of down and on. And now Zero Zone take the round. I mean, I don't
you
know
hate to see it, Art. Such a brilliant lead claimed by Clash. 30 seconds remaining, and then Trevor, rather than pulling back into the spawn, was aggressively trying to prevent his opponents from being able to push into their range. If I were to guess, I would say that Trevor was expecting his gem carrier, the Poco, to be able to grab the 10th gem, then figuring that even if he died, the opponents would be able to catch. 9 countdown stopped. It gave an opportunity for Zero Zone to grab all of those gems plus the ones that had spawned in the middle. And at that point, there was no way for Clash to catch up.
Well, this could be really interesting now, Woody, because Clash have a spawn that can actually root itself firmly within the morale, and they need to kind of like what happened and focus on the present. That is so important. Dynamic has shifted, and we a bit of a brawler comp change. IKS now going for BB, and I think that's pretty a wise decision. I like also B pick as well by Zero Zone Retaliation.
Yeah, and a bit of an interesting matchup from both of these teams, changing their brawlers. I wish that Clash had just kind of stuck with what they had working well for them, had it not been for attack or the strategy on relatively tight up game. I wish I could see what's going on the top of the map, though, because it looks like some BB action over on the left has got us distracted for now. Trevor is charging far up into the top to try to keep DA safe, and it looks like we're finally kind of starting to stabilize again here with Adri in the center, going for that 6th gem, gets it, but it's got a bear chasing him down.
I've got to say, I really like what I'm seeing from Zero Zone. I love Frustrated's position there, getting a lot of pressure on the spawn. I love Adri's awareness to the needed gadgets, and it was actually used by Trevor and effectively not to any avail. And now look at this. We are about to see potentially a countdown for Zero Zone, and we could be going to Brawl Ball at this rate.
It's the set point right now. If Zero Zone gets this countdown off, we are going to go to Brawl Ball indeed, Ark, and it looks like that's going to happen unless we see an upset turnaround just like we saw in the first game. I think that this is going to be over very soon. Congratulations to Zero Zone getting that stomp down victory in Gym Grab off of what seemed like Clash's walkaway win.
Well, I mean, now it's just got really, really interesting. And, are Zero Zone going to do the comeback, do the thing which is against their odds? And, in Brawl Ball, Sprout being on the cards, I mean, this really now is anyone's to play for.
Well, as we know, Sprout has come in really handy in the past, especially on defense in Brawl Ball, but can often get some offensive hits in as well. We saw Sprout being played very aggressively in the previous match, able to get quite a few goals for Zero Zone. So let's see if the same is going to play true going into the final set of this matchup. Zero Zone, a team that is new to this competition, but not new to the competitive scene, and they are proving that they've got the chops to stay up here with the best of them. Having taken down Code Magic Purple, they will be going to the fight of their championship lives now in the final match today, the final set of the final match against Clash EU.
One thing you've got to say about Clash is that they've been here time and time again. They're very, very experienced in that respect. Arguably, possibly more so than Zero Zone in terms of, being in this place. And now it might come down to that experience here. It's going to be close. Zero Zone have got that momentum. They're starting to bring it back. But Clash, again, they have the experience on their side. It's going to be really, really close.
It will be, and it's the sort of match that we come to the Brawl Stars Championship to see, going down to the wire between the juggernaut titan of Clash EU, been in here for many, many months, one of the most well-known and well-respected teams, and Zero Zone, the up-and-coming team that have been on everyone's minds all day today. After a dominant victory against Code Magic Purple, they're looking to lick their chops once again and finish off their plate. They're going back for seconds, Ark.
Oh, they're going for seconds, for double starters, for triple desserts. They want to make a mark here today. They want to show everyone that they are a serious competitor. And to be honest, you know, if they can take down Clash, I think that is going to raise not just eyebrows, but eyelids, eyeballs. You know, it's gonna make a big statement if they can beat Clash now.
Raise heart rates too, maybe.
Yeah, well, they've raised mine already. To be honest, it's been a pleasure to watch them play today.
It sure has. We hope that you'll stay here tuned into the Brawl Stars Championship action by following and subscribing here on your favorite video watching device area, but also make sure to tune into us over on Twitter and Instagram, where you can get news about more competitions coming up in the future months. And also remember about the Brawl Talk coming up on May 9th. We rarely, if ever, get a heads up about something like that, but we're going to get news about a game update coming in just one short week if you stay with us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn on notifications because, you know, like we've announced that today here. You know, sort of updates, sneak peeks. Who knows? There may even be more to come in the future, and you don't want to miss out on a broadcast because you might get the upper hand in terms of what's going to be coming into the game soon.
All right, well, I'm really excited to get underway with the final set of today. Clash EU versus Zero Zone EU, both vying for championship in this region. It all comes down to who gets the win in this match here and now. It's going to be no clear advantage for either team starting off. It's going to be with just a little bit of advantage, though, I guess now as Zero Zone are moving in for the first attack.
Ooh, bit of a wasted wall there by that super from Adrift, and that's just going to be kind of, we got it back quickly to give the guy credit. But that you've got to remember, guys, you know, since the balancing of Sprout, his walls can be completely eradicated by the team if they do have invincibility coming out of their spawn. So bear those things in mind. That will change the way the game is played in this particular map.
Interesting note there. Clash EU not playing now. They're basically just going to reset the playing field here and see what Zero Zone is going to do. Zero Zone makes a really aggressive play here and is able to push Clash back up into their spawn, forcing El Primo back. He hasn't been able to get a big super off yet, and that's kind of what I'm waiting for. Launches into Leopard, but it doesn't even get the kill there. Trevor pushed back by Frustrator might be the MVP for this Zero Zone team.
Yeah, at the moment, it's definitely been Zero Zone on the more aggressive side of things, getting more opportunities. But again, Clash with their patience, and they do pick their moments to do their pushes very, very specifically around that in mind. I mean, for me, I think you've got to take down Guille, really. You know, having Sprout with Super is such a strong thing to have when you're on the defense. And, you know, that was quite a nice little super there from Adrift. But getting Sprout down, I think, for me, is going to make a big impact on which of these two teams are going to score first.
All right, well, we're down to 30 seconds now and no goal yet for either team. Remember, if we go to overtime, all of these obstacles are going to come crashing down, just like the walls of Jericho. We are going to have 20 seconds remaining until that time happens. If you've got your super charged up, you want to keep onto it, because when those obstacles go down, you might have a clear shot at goal. Just need to get a little bit past that point line. Super could give you the win that you're looking for. Guille is going to make the shot. He's holding on to it. Oh, super.
Yeah, I feel it might have been a misclick there, which might come back to bite, but if Trevor he can't even push because Leopard's there. And now, what turned into a really advantageous position for Clash has just turned into a more defensive one, as Zero Zone have got a second chance. If that could have been there, done, and dusted, Woody.
Still lots of damage coming in from away as best they can. They're being pushed back hard by El Primo. Finally getting a chance to take another breath here. We're at 35 seconds left. Making his chance. Can he get that super off? Remember, he just has to get barely past that halfway point. That's the super shot. The goalie blocked. Yeah, and this game is still going on. Trevor for the shot. It's past the line. That's it. Clash have got the goal.
But it didn't come. I think it was a tricky angle at best for Zero Zone, really. I mean, they're going to struggle to score from that position, in my opinion, but it was worth. I think that the Clash got not lucky, but very fortunate in their respects, given the fact that was all missed that game.
Wow. Well, we might just have one more game. We went really deep in that last one, and I don't know how I even want to call it a misplay. I guess if you're talking about that Sprout super shot off, that probably was a misclick there, but. At that point, when you're that deep into the game and you've got that much writing on you, if you've got your thumb in just 2 millimeters in the wrong direction, you might wind up with a misclick like that. But nevertheless, we're going to have another game to see if Clash really are the better team or if Zero Zone can pull off that reverse sweep once again.
Yeah, it often happens. I do it myself a lot as well in the game. If you're kind of constantly aiming, for example, and then you obtain your super, you need to kind of retract it to cancel it. And during that process, it can actually kind of let off a super pass. But nevertheless, Clash are now one game away. If they can win this next game, they're going to be victorious today outright. And the pressure's on now for them to do that. If they don't, it's going to get really
as if the pressure hasn't been on them the entire day.
I know, right? The E group today has been on fire, you've got to admit.
Yeah, I think maybe the best regional group performance that we've seen of the Brawl Stars Championship of this year so far. So really pleased to see the high level of competition that we've reached and looking forward to which will come in the next several minutes.
Again, we saw this already before with this early pushing up by Zero Zone. Just take time. They don't need to be going in too hastily, but are getting a nice spawn pinch. Gear is going to force back. Look at what behind this wall, allowing this Clash to push up. My goodness, be another one.
Oh man! The double plant. It's a wall of growth that they're going to have to try to get past now. I asked for the shot. In the goal.
Amazing stuff. What when you've got 3 Brawl supers covering all possibility? You get push up, continue the pressure, and that lets the goal now a lot now on the shoulders of Zero Zone to do about now. But a good pass to Leopard might be able to score here now with that takedown.
Oh my goodness!
Level up scoreboard on the one apiece.
Wow, turn in hot and Zero once again tied up in this game. Much different from the last game. We saw this is some high pass, and we find a winner. Clash and Zero Zone both vying to move on in this region champions, but all to this Zero Zone at the disadvantage now, trying to find an opportunity to score, but it looks like Clash got control. Will be moving into the.
That for me was a really important super there by GA to shut down that right-hand side lane. It looked to me like Zero Zone may have gone to score, and now look. He's gonna pass the GA.
Wow.
Zone, just Leopard now.
Hold on, can he get in it? There it is!
Me! An amazing trick shot past the Trevor, and Clash will take it. My goodness me.
Congratulations to Clash EU in a bit of a pickle from the third match on, but able to put off as Zero Zone have really made a strong statement in this match here today. But Clash EU victorious and will advance. Congratulations to them.
Winning in style as well. What a great pass from Guille there just to wrap things up for Clash. Another great month for them. Look at this, the kills, 26 to 12, and obviously the 3 goals to 1. A great day for Clash all round. But very great performance from Zero Zone. You can't take that away from them.
Absolutely, man. They really surprised me. A lot of times you see new teams come in, kind of testing the waters, dipping their toes in, but not really ready to make that full jump. Zero Zone were the complete rewrites of that sort of story. Even though they didn't take the victory over Clash, they took them down to the wire. And I think that we've now got a really tough four-way competition in the European region between Code Magic Purple, Clash, SK Gaming, Zero Zone, and many more great months to come. Thanks very much for tuning in, everyone. We had an awesome day today, and there's more action coming at you tomorrow. Big thanks to Supercell and ESL for being able to keep the show online, even under lockdown, and we hope that you'll stick with us. Let's send it now over to Falcone.
Now, again, that was another amazing match. Honestly, the European games today have been insane, but at the end of the day, Clash take it down. Arizona certainly have nothing to be discussed about with their first appearance here. I'm going to see them again in a future monthly finals. But let's talk MVP. Our most valuable player in the last match is going to go to Guille. And should it be much of a surprise? After an amazing score in the end with the Brawl Ball games, vitally, Guille making it through. Guille's been playing for 3 years. He focuses on focus, team play, and giving callouts. He's actually also very active on YouTube, so if you want to see how he makes these amazing plays and how you could become MVP, maybe you should go and check him out. But there you go. There's the gameplay as he passes to the Nita that just gets walked in. Vital took it down. Let's take a look one last time at this group and see the final result. And I think we all know what it's going to be. It's going to be on top. It's Clash winning both matches. Code Magic Purple sadly on the bottom this time, 0 and 2. And Zero Zone again, they cannot be disappointed with their performance here. That is truly amazing for a first time. And we're going to be taking a look in a moment at the prize pool, and we will see what these players are taking home for themselves. $9,000 for Clash, $6,000 for Zero Zone, and $4,000 for Code Magic Purple is nothing to be upset about. But vitally, points mean prizes, right? We're going to take a look at the points for Europe and see what these matches mean for the global finals later this year, and look how close things are on top. No appearance from SK this month, but Clash and Code Magic just edging themselves ahead. Clash now in the top spot, but this is one heck of a competitive region. Zero Zone, given that this is their first performance, they still find themselves in 5th, but if they keep coming back, then we could see some amazing things from them soon. But seriously, Europe is a very competitive region. That is going to be us finished for today. We'll be back at 4 p.m. CEST tomorrow for our first match with the LATAM South group, and then later on in the day we're going to be having the North Americas and LATAM North group. So we've got 6 more matches coming at you again starting at 4 p.m. CEST tomorrow. So that is us finished for the day. I want to echo what Woody said. Thank you so much for ESL and Supercell for keeping this show going. Thank you to the amazing casters, Trid, Woody, and Ark. We hope that you've enjoyed the show, and we'll see you again tomorrow.